The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
The Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell.
Hit the like button, brothers and
With the
sisters.
great escape we went
Through the Euphrates, the Lord held the waters still. To a land where no mankind
to a
dwelt,
land where no mankind dwelt.
we went.
The 12 tribes of Israel. Who we be Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
From Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.
Hit the like button. Come on.
The Arabs and Africans told us,
At gunpoint.
together our wives and children then sold us.
That's right, brothers and sisters. Blessings, blessings, blessings. We're back for another blessed broadcast here this Wednesday night, so-called Christmas Eve. Lord have mercy. They're going to roll this until the wheels roll off, huh? Elder Shapat. They're not going to give up on this thing, man.
Nah.
What do you think, man? Merry
Yeah.
Christmas, Happy New Year's. Christ was white. The chosen people are in Israel today. Man, are they trying to hold on to the lies. But guess what? Today, brothers and sisters, tonight, we have a lot to drop, Shapat. I thank the Most High for another opportunity to be before you, brothers and sisters. And thank you, Elder Shapat, for coming in, right,
Yes.
outside of the academy and helping me out while Elder Lawyer is in the sky on his way back here into Babylon. But thank you for helping me out today. Yeah. How you doing, brother?
Doing great. All praises to the Most High. Really cannot complain. I got a lot to be thankful for. How are you doing?
I'm blessed, and we're going to dialogue tonight because you the one put me on to this because I haven't been focusing on Candace Owens in a while. She started going down this Charlie Kirk hole, and I'm like, but I understand. She say it's her friend or whatever the case is. I don't know what truly happened there, but she's been dropping some jewels lately, and it's actually prophetic.
Right.
The reason why I'm going to show forth a little bit of this tonight, because as you can see the title, for those who don't know, brothers and sisters, the Babylonian Tower of Lies are fallen.
Mm-hmm.
And at one time, our people proclaiming the truth, once it seemed, Elder Shapat, that it was fringe, radical, but the truth has gone mainstream. You don't know how deep this is for someone like myself who learned the truth in the early 90s. And it seemed as if it was it was an impossibility for so many people to understand what we were learning at that time. Right? It's to a point where Christians used to just dismiss it. Y'all never get anywhere with this Israelite crap. Yeah, what are y'all, Muslims? But go on. What you were saying, Shapat?
Right. No, I wasn't saying anything.
Yeah. So I'm looking at how far this has come and seeing where Candace Owens is and what she's expounding right now.
Mm-hmm.
She knows more
Than she's letting on.
than what she's letting on. And I'm going to show people today.
Most definitely.
The Tower of Babylonian Lies are fallen. And I'm going to tell you. The irony in this. I'm telling you, I'm looking at, I'm connecting the dots as we do here. Going all the way back to the beginning of this ministry when we said they were going to bring forth the mark of the beast, demonize blacks as terrorists,
right,
as a pretext of coming against the awakening at the very end. A lot of people don't know. Before YouTube, I keep stressing this. The Most High put it on us to be able to tell the people this before YouTube, before cameras, all of that. Because really the true threat is the awakening. So when we hear Babylon the Great is fallen, I don't think people understand God's people's hand in it. Why is it fallen? The children of Israel has awakened. We never put two and two together. We thought, okay, because of sin, wickedness, evil, folks, all of these things always existed. It's just that now through the internet, we're starting to see the internet really just exposed the world to how evil this world was since the beginning. That's what the internet has done. It has allowed people to look into a world to not be able to operate through cognitive dissonance anymore, where you can create your own reality and live in that reality, right? So not to engage or understand what's really going on spiritually or geopolitically. Well, I'll tell you what, those walls have been, them walls of straight, I would say, cognitive dissonance have crumbled. And we're going to talk about that tonight. The Tower of Babel. Well, its lies have fallen. And what better night to discuss this than Christmas Eve? And speaking of Christmas Eve, for years growing up, we were told Christmas was all about the children, this, that, and the other. So I'm also going to tie in the children component to this a little later in the broadcast. But at the end of the day, folks, the truth can no longer be hid.
right.
The truth is here. We're God's people. And it's to a point where even mainstream, let me tell you, Candace, man, she's blowing the whole house down. And if I had to label her, I was thinking about before the broadcast, Shapat, if I had to label Candace Owens in this time, right?
She's like a biblical, don't tell me, I already know what you're going to say.
I'm just
Say
saying,
it.
if I had to put it into some type of category, I would say that, she's female.
Hmm.
So you know how Moses led our people out of Egypt into the promised land,
Mm.
right? And her from mainstream, not Moses, but Moesha, if you will, has begun to lead all of media into the truth, which leads to the promised land,
Yeah. I would
right?
say, what's this? Bella Cag said it. I would say she's kind of potentially like a modern Esther.
Oh yeah, when you look at her married to someone, she's married to a white guy of high prestige,
Hmm. I
which
think his
which
dad's a lord or something in the
yeah,
UK.
his dad is a lord,
Right.
which gives her some level of shelter or protection she wouldn't have otherwise,
Right.
bearing this man's children. So, and I believe also based on what she's saying, he's given her some inside advice on how to navigate through this.
Hmm.
But but she's leading right now, man. She's burning the whole house down. And you know
Hmm.
what? That's prophecy. Because what? When you hear something, you can't unhear it. And that's the reality of it. For years, it wasn't just about them expounding lies and keeping people under their I would say sorcery. It was more so about criminalizing conversation that would allow us to come together and rationalize what this world is without them, without their input. So they were able to put out certain things just to stop conversation so that we couldn't come to where we are now. But what conversation altogether they was trying to stop from happening? Huh? The conversation that the children of the diaspora, the blacks here in America, the tribes who were here before colonization, the people Romans have conquered for hundreds of years are in fact the lost tribes of Israel. Now, there's a lot I want to announce, but I really want to jump right into this because I know it's late where you are, Shapat. I'll talk about the academy and all that a little later. But before I jump in, I like to give all praises to the Most High, Ahaya, in the name of Yeshaya, Wa Rawak, the Most High God. And I thank him through the Holy Spirit for an opportunity to come before you, brothers and sisters. I also like to thank all the elders, bishops, deacons, officers, leaders, and all the family who support, wives and others who support the work. A humble thank you throughout the four corners of the earth. None of this would be possible if so many people were working to make sure we, as kingdom people, have our hand in bringing this kingdom. Another thank you I wanted to put out there is for all the administrators, the principals, the principal, the teachers, the parents that's heading up and has manned I Am Royal Academy. The school we have for our children, grades first grade all the way up to 12. I don't say it enough. Thank you all for all you do to teach our children. And now we're going to have a new piece every Friday for 30 minutes. In the midst of it will be a 30-minute class for all of the students to learn, whether it be the law, certain tenets of Christ, whatever the case might be. And y'all going to understand after this lesson or before this lesson is done why this particular school is so important. Why, through the Spirit of the Almighty, it couldn't have come at a better time in our current history. I'm going to tell you, it's needed because now that the enemy, Shapat, can no longer use the school system to keep us asleep, they have no need for the educational system. They have no need for it. So it's upon us to grab our children and teach them, because school have been totally dismantled. As long as they could teach the lies, Christopher Columbus discovered America, who so happened to have been Jewish, and they try to hide who he was, trying to claim that he was Spanish. Right? They can no longer hold Santa Claus come down chimneys and give children's gifts. All of these lies we learned in school. Sunday school, the Virgin Mary brought forth the child on December 25th. Lies, lies, lies. We were being lied in school. We've been lied in the churches. And the synagogue of Satan were behind all of it, keeping God's people asleep, knowing what would happen once, that's right, the awakening would begin. Once our people began to go out and teach the truth concerning who we are, coming back to God's law, following the Most High's law, everything started to shift in this earth. Our people didn't realize it, but the synagogue of Satan did. Okay? They had their sentinels, they had their walls up in every place to know if something was to go beyond the walls they were holding to contain us under their lies. That once we start going beyond the wall, it will be a matter of time before the whole thing comes down. Christians, white Christians, nationalists, evangelicals, and that's right, Jews who don't believe in Christ have always been working in tandem. Okay? To keep the lie going. A white Christ, a white Mary. By default, that means the Israelites must have been white, which gives white people the authority to go into the Middle East and claim to be God's people. That don't work unless it's being enforced on either side, the educational system as well as the religious side, through Christianity as well as Judaism. And boy, there's a face-off going on right now. Now that Sister Candace Owens, a Benjamite, Elder Shapat, mind you, have begun to shake the tower. It seems like there's a standoff, not even a standoff, a rollover between her and the Jewish guy, the Talmudist, Ben Shapiro. So I'm going to deal with the Candace Owens side first. Then we're going to go into a little political side concerning what's going on. And then we're going to go into the children component, to why it's so important that we take onus over what? Training and educating our own children. The public education system is trash. Intentionally, they've done this. And we're going to show you why they've done it. And we're going to show you what options we have, what alternatives we have, now that the public schools have been totally decimated. Right? Hit the like button. Now, before I go in, Elder Shapat, let me read this real quick out of the Bible. I kind of touched on it last week. Thank you. I kind of touched on it last week. Wisdom of Solomon. Wisdom of Solomon, the 5th chapter. And I'm only going to take out a little bit off of this, right? Just a little bit. Wisdom of Solomon 5:1 reads, "Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors." So the Most High said that the children of Israel will stand before our enemy, who would try to downplay the fact that they would have been nothing without God's people building their empire. They would look us straight in the face at the very end of all the great empire and all the great culture and inventions that we've brought to this society. And instead of saying, you know what, let us make amends. What can we do? Not just an apology. What can we do to repair some of the damage we've caused and continue to cause your people? Instead of them doing that, they would say, well, listen, slavery, get over it. As if the Most High had a window through prophecy into our current time. When I read Wisdom of Solomon 5, as if the Most High had a window into our current time, with our enemy would not only not appreciate what we've done, but would claim that we must forget what they have done and continue to do against the righteous. It was in Scripture. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. Feel that what they've done to us is justifiable so from their side. We don't owe you nothing. Slavery happened a long time ago. Get over it. Then the Most High says what? That's why it says we're going to stand in boldness before the same people who continue to do things to us and make no account of what we contributed to this world. Without us, this world would be nothing. Listen to this, Elder Shabbat. Without a chosen people, it would be impossible for a people to claim or fake being the chosen people. Right. Now, I need you to check this out. The claim one makes as a chosen people, getting it from someone else.
Not just someone else. The very same people that you despise.
Look at that. The second verse. When they shall see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear. And when I see this thing going on with Candace Owen, and just her by herself as a woman, tearing down years of lies that these people have paid in the millions, if not billions, if not trillions, tearing down within a few months what it took them hundreds of years to build with their tower of lies, and a coffer of a king's ransom to finance keeping the tower of sustained. And all of a sudden, the Most High would have a young lady born out of nowhere. And of course, I don't agree with everything she says, But I understand when the Spirit of the Most High is working. They shall be troubled with terrible fear and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. They shall be amazed at the strangeness of how God's people have gone from nothing, almost non-existent as far as this world is concerned. And right in front of them, we will appear as God's people after the world have left us for dead. At the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. And I want to start there. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness. Because I'm going to tell you, none of what this sister is saying would have been possible.
Right. If it wasn't for the work that went before her.
Exactly. Just let's take it out of the spiritual biblical realm real quick, and let's just place it in the journalistic realm. What we're witnessing right here with what's coming from this sister is true journalism. Journalism, being a journalist, the media, the press, it wasn't set up to uphold or toe the line for government. Journalism was set up to keep government in check. Right? To keep the people informed, so to stop a government from becoming tyrannical. So people fail to realize the press is not supposed to work for the government. The press is the people that keep the government in check. And this is what they hate more so than anything with this sister. Why? Because usually governments that have what? They have an endless treasury. Usually you can buy the people you want to cover the government, to be your press. You can pay intelligent journalists to become your PR people. And that's what the press have become. But this girl, guess what? Let me digress. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. Right? I'm going to start here at the 7-minute mark, and you can jump in at any time, Shapat.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to put it here on the main speaker so that you can hear through your system too. All right?
Okay. All right.
Fair use for educational and religious purposes only. Freedom of speech, mind you. Fair use. Okay? See something here. We're going to start her here at the 7-minute mark. She's talking about Ben Shapiro after being fired from the Daily Wire.
Don't know if the part you're going to play, she has, on extremely rare occasion, she has some, expletives. I don't know if there's any F-bombs or anything in this, or that was a prior video.
Oh, yeah. Well, I watched through it, and she did bring out, she came with some extra fervor.
Yeah.
She came with some serious fire, but I know exactly what part that is. So
okay.
The bomb will not be dropped. Okay. Thank you, though. All right. And I'll tell you this, boy. I know who win the arguments in this house with her, but anyway, this girl is sharper than the tack. I'll tell you that. I mean, I'll tell you. Can you imagine getting into a debate in your home with this woman? But you better be on point, I'll tell you that. All right? And thank you all for the support y'all doing with the channel. We really appreciate it. Bless you. Let's go.
Right? They're selling headlines. They want the clicks. They want the drama. And I'm going to feed into that for what reason? For what reason, actually, am I going to give a comment and say something about Ben Shapiro? Blessed are the peacemakers, right? Don't buy into this click culture. And so I tweeted that. Actually, my husband was right. I called for peace. I tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers. And I made the mistake, I guess it was a mistake, that after I tweeted, blessed are the peacemakers, and I'm thinking that I'm going to be commended when I get back to work. Like, wow, you really took the high road. I ended this biblical passage with Christ is king. Christ is
king. Now, Shaphat, her husband, because she was about to just go totally off the rails with how they were instigating or trying to goat her into totally sabotaging her whole career, because they understood that she would normally react as a quote unquote black woman with an attitude. So they was really edging her.
Yeah, angling for that.
And they were picking at her, hoping that she would just blow her top. But it was her husband that told her, nah, that's the trap they're trying to bait you into. Told her to read Christ at the Mount. Like when somebody come and hit you, or someone slap you and you turn the other cheek. Someone tried to goat you or try to come against you, curse you, and you bless them. It's cold-blooded, because once she started using what Christ said, the synagogue of Satan had no more power. And then she becomes greater and gets greater notoriety by taking Christ's advice. Now that's her husband navigating her through a system that she don't understand, that she never grew up understanding, but he lived generations under diplomats. So he said, listen, you're going to have to take Christ on this, right? But I digress. Anytime you want to jump in.
Is the king. He's the only thing that matters. Obviously, Christ.
Now imagine putting that out there to the public against all odds. Working, really, some would say allegedly, under a Zionist broadcast or podcast or internet organization. And against all odds, you're speaking publicly. Christ is king.
Is king. Now, it was just Tucker Carlson's luck that I had been slated to come on his news show the very next day. He had booked me 6 weeks earlier. I got approval from Daily Wire. He booked me for November 15th. So suddenly Ben gets on this table. He insults me. It's trending all over Twitter. And Tucker Carlson is going to be the first person to capture my reaction to it. And when it came time, I kept up with the peacemaker. I made the decision to just take the high road. I said, I don't want that to negatively impact how people perceive the Daily Wire. There are great people there. I mean, I wouldn't be proud on that, but I'm not taking the bait here. I didn't say anything snipey back at Ben because I didn't want to feed the mob. That was my honest perspective. My husband was just right. And also, we're talking about a work colleague, right? Somehow, me taking the high road made him angrier. So here's what he did. Elsewhere in my interview with Tucker, he asks me who I look up to, who I like. And I told Tucker the truth that it was my dream to meet Thomas Sowell. That when I first got into politics, I read a ton of Thomas Sowell books. And I had tried many times to meet him. And obviously he's aging, but I really looked up to Dr. Thomas Sowell. And here's that clip with me and Tucker.
Now, let me say this real quick. A lot of people say, well, she's Catholic. Yes, she is Catholic. But you have to understand, and hopefully some of you get there, and you may get there one day, where you'll have to know, you'll get to the position in this word where when you understand your true mission. And why am I saying this? Diplomacy is a great part of becoming an ambassador for the word. And hence the reason why Paul got so much pushback. Being all things to all men that he should gain a few. He could operate on any level without compromising his morality and mission with the Almighty. To a Pharisee, well, he grew up a Pharisee. So he knew how to be able to, he could sit down amongst the Pharisaical set and get his point across, as well as the ministry. So never look at someone strictly from the outward appearance.
Right.
You don't know where the Most High is moving these people. So yes, she has a husband that's Catholic. So by default, she's Catholic. Her children are Catholic. But you know how many Catholics we got in this church right now who have converted? Who was once Catholic? A matter of fact, the bishop over the Florida church right now, his whole family was Catholic, Levi. And the majority of the thousands of people, the hundreds of people in Florida that have been baptized in the church, guess what? All those Floridians, those Levites and Simeonites that are in that church, they were all Catholic. So let's not judge the outward appearance. We must see and understand how the Most High is moving in a person. Hey, I was Baptist Pentecostal. Right? So what I'm saying is, and I told people this over a year ago, with all the research she's doing, believe it or not, she done ran into a lot of information that she thought in her mind, hey, eventually I'm going to circle back to these Catholics too. Because there's no way she can find out what she found out in some of the records she's presented and not seen the Catholics' hand in all of this evil that she's been actually, finding out, turning over. Like as a teacher, when I got a mission or if I have a certain subject that I'm talking about, I'll study that subject. I may find out some information in the midst of it, but it's for another day. I'm like, oh, I didn't know this was here. Right? So even though I'm not going to deal with that particular information that I've unfolded or that I've discovered in the midst of studying something else, I circle around. And no one can tell me this girl haven't found out something that she's going to circle around or have a cat in the bag just in case later she have to go against the Catholics. Because guess what? She was amongst the Jewish people at Daily Wire. And guess what? They thought that they could trust her based on where her mind was at that time. And they could. She was exactly what they thought she was. They were using her, all her intellect, her study, and her education to be a buffer, to attack us through someone who looks like us. She was exactly what they raised her to be. But the Most High did something. See? So when that thing clicked on for her, all that information that was being utilized to come against God's people, she had the wherewithal and the intelligence to flip it, and had all the inside jokes that they would have only trust amongst a girl who was on their side. This is what makes this sister dangerous for them. So let's not look at just the Catholic thing. Look at what the Most High is doing, because eventually this sister is going to have to make a choice, but she don't have to make it today. Okay. Right? Anything you have to say on that, Elder Shapati? You good?
No, not just yet.
Okay. Let's go.
Who do you listen to when you're trying to figure out? I mean, some of the stuff comes at you so fast, and you're talking almost every day or writing almost every day. Who do you read or listen to try to make sense or bounce ideas off of?
You know, I have been obsessed with Thomas Sowell, and everybody knows that. I am pretty much a Thomas Sowell groupie. Everything he writes, I read. And it is because he was a part of my awakening story into politics and made me focus on the economics, which is to say, block out the noise and pay attention to the economics, go backwards in history to understand.
Block out the noise, Shapat. Thomas Sowell taught her to block out the noise and follow the economics, follow the money, right? Remember that. We're going to put a pin in that because we're going to come back to that thought later.
Right.
He changed her perspective on how she should view journalism. If you want to get to the bottom of anything, block it all out and follow the money. Right?
Understand where we are. When has this worked? Oh, it's never worked. So they're just telling you that it's going to work into the future, and there's no evidence to support that. So when Ben saw that, he decided, Thomas Sowell, hey, that's your dream. You love Thomas Sowell. He thought that was an opportunity to get even with me for taking the high road after he insulted me on stage because he's deeply jealous of Tucker Carlson for reasons that I cannot quite understand. Ben had his team reach out and schedule an interview with Thomas Sowell, which they paid for an offensive amount of money, I presume, to effectively purchase a black man who has no idea what's going on. He's very old, he's in his 90s, to hurt my feelings, okay? Interview with Tucker.
Let me tell you, I'm going to tell you, Elder Shapat, you can jump in any time, but this woman is playing strategic chess here. This is chess on a whole different level. Because by her putting out there, she bought a black man.
He bought a black man.
I mean, that Shapiro bought a black man. How many black men are going to come on his side to side against this sister going forward? Right? I mean, the way she framed the words, it's I mean, amazing. Checkmate. Now, how would she know he purchased a black man? Shapat? Because looking at her position of where she was before the truth, before she started waking up, she realized that she was purchased. This is why they're so angry. She's the proverbial runaway slave.
Right. And if I can, real quick, Elder.
No, go ahead.
If I can, if this goes over some of your heads, brothers and sisters, what Alda's mentioning about the purchasing of something and why she was able to word it that way because of her own personal lived experience. Part of the purchase, okay, to know it's a purchase, and what she said previously about, in the earlier years, okay, prior to the brother reaching upwards of 90 years of age, she was advised to follow the economics. economics and money in business comes with paperwork. That paperwork has terms. Those terms are found in contracts. That is also part and parcel, literally hand in hand with the purchasing, where you can say something, or better yet, I'm gonna put the cart before the horse. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen the Chappelle special on Netflix. Co-opt. You can be co-opted to say things you don't believe. And you can be muzzled to not say things that you do believe contractually. I just wanted to throw that piece in there. And it's this paperwork, these contracts. And I don't know if you have that piece lined up, Elder, where she talks about, being contracted to death, the contract mafia, so however she words it, right? But yeah, and yes, it's contract. Yes, it's a quote unquote private agreement between people, these contracts and these NDAs and blah, like she said, contract to death.
Yeah.
But it still goes hand in hand with the biblical scriptures that mentions, using policy, which is again words, contracts, okay, acts, using policy to get through their wickedness and evil. So I just wanted to put that piece there. It's not just the money. It's not just the invitation. There's these contracts behind it.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. And what she also said was she called it legal abuse. That's what she named it. That at any time they could use contracts and use suing you and all these others instead of having the conversation or the debate. They would rather try to destroy you financially.
And legally. That's deep though, because kick me, kike me, don't you black or white me, sue me, Jew me. Like, that's a real thing. And we have
Michael Jackson, abuse. Man, he knew it.
Right. We have elder abuse. We have, what's the one? Emotional abuse. We've got all these things. These are terms that most countries have as on the penal code or criminal code, that these are things, if you get found to do these things, you can have criminal charges against you. You can be convicted for these things.
Yeah.
Where's the legal abuse? That should be a thing. Like, that really should be a thing.
That should be a thing. And they'd rather destroy you than have the conversation. Why don't you argue with the points being made? Because if you were right, you wouldn't need to use the system. Truth stands alone by itself. Right? Now check this out at about the 26-minute mark, right? I'm gonna jump around a little bit. Listen to this. Jump in at any time, Shapat.
Stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men, okay? Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians.
Pause it, Elder.
Whoa. She's dropping some bombs here.
Whoa. Pause that. Hold up.
Hold up. She's dropping some bombs here.
Hold up.
That's what I'm telling people.
What did she say? Your issue or your war or whatever is not with white men.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not with white men. They may look so, and arguably so. Yes, they are, but they themselves don't believe they're white. Okay. What's the brother's name? Marquette.
I'm gonna tell you what's deep about this, right? I'm gonna let you go ahead. When when she said that your battle is not truly with white men, why did that resonate with me in particular, based on the message she's sending? Are there white people in position that seek, that seek our destruction? Absolutely.
Yes, of course.
But she's pointing to an institution. And this is what I want to say real quick. And I'm going to let you go ahead. The reason why this resonated when I heard this last night, because I was listening to it early in the morning, right? I just had my headphones on just listening, because I wanted to hear the spirit of where she was coming from with this. I grew up in a neighborhood where, there's poor whites who lived around us also. Not, they would come around or whatever the case is. And I don't care if they were white men, white young men, or white women. We didn't follow them. They didn't control anything. A matter of fact, the white guys or the white girls in our neighborhoods were absorbed into our culture and way of life. They followed us.
Right.
They followed us. If there was a white poor person around us, they would be around us, and they would come eat at the house, because our family, we Christians, we fed everyone. We didn't have no. If we knew you, everything was cool. But there was no white guy running around as the leader of the pack. Nah, he would find his way in and learn under us. But you have to watch a group of people who are segregated from everyone, including parts of their own race. That's what really stood out when I listened to her say that last night. When she said, your problem is not really with white men. And I thought about it. I'm like, okay, what white men that I've ever experienced in my life that ever threatened me or I felt that they could do something to me, or whatever the case is. And guess what? Absolutely zero. Zero. Right? Even coming up, I started thinking about that. But go ahead. You had a point. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yes, a similar thing with, the fact that she's saying, listen, your issue isn't with white men. And I see some of the comments. Keep in mind, brothers and sisters, like Elder mentions, a lot of us are at different points and stages within our walk and our spiritual growth and our spiritual age. Okay. But that being said, the fact that she's saying, listen, yes, I'm paraphrasing, obviously. Yes, they may appear white, but they themselves they make the distinction. Okay, when it suits, they're white, but then in other areas, oh no, we want our own classification. There's this classification. Okay, I think we all know what it is. And there's this brother on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen him, Elder. I forgot what name he goes by. He always wears a woolly hat and a hoodie, and he does like kind of reviews on people's shows, and he's doing a lot of reviews on Candace Owens. But to get around the algorithms, when you mention, certain country in the Middle East, Israel, usually your stuff might get flagged. So he, interestingly, has named it Philadelphia. but all of that to say, it's interesting she's mentioning that, and they themselves make the distinction. And we've touched on this point before, quote unquote, anti-Semitism. Well, how can I say I am for or against anything without you first defining what it means to be a Semite? Are you referring to the religious aspects? Why do you need extra protection? We already have laws that protect all religious freedoms. Why are you singling out? Is it about your political ideas, aka Zionism? Why does your political ideas get extra protection? We already live in a quote unquote democratic society. Why do you get extra protection? If we are referring to a quote unquote race, we already have anti-racism laws for everybody. Why are you singling out?
That's deep in of itself. Say something again.
Testing.
Okay, you good. Yeah. So why are you singling it out? That's a great point. Now Gocc, he seen us on. He's like, man, you got to bring me in here. So yeah, Gocc, come talk to us about your Benjamite sister now. So we're gonna bring him in 1 second. Anybody else like to come in? Just let me know if you're a leader of our church or whatever. It is. Ain't nobody working anyway. So-called Christmas Eve. Come on, come on in. And we gonna wrap tonight, right? We gonna wrap tonight. All praises. So I gave.
Let me say this too, Elder.
Yeah.
If I can.
Go ahead.
I think you have kind of touched on it anyway, but I want to just say this. With regards to Candace Owens, the person, and by extension, both her husband and her friend at past, Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
White men, right? Let me say this. Beyond each one of those individuals, all three of them, Candace Owens, her husband, I forget his name, and Charlie Kirk. Either one of them, don't necessarily be so fixated even on the individual. The fact that somebody wants to speak truth to power, period. Consider that piece in the face of all odds, okay? Literally all odds. Economically trying to destroy you, still saying, you know what? This is what I've seen. As far as I can see, this is the information. I'm going to speak on it. Like, try and see that as something to be commended, and don't look at the person.
Exactly, because you have to realize, and that's what you got to realize, regardless of the color of the person, stepping out there knowing that you may lose everything. Right? That in of itself tell you that something is changing in this world, that the Babylonian tower, the wall is coming down because people are willing to step out there. And I'm going to tell you why. If they don't say anything based on where things are going, based on if you can read the tea leaves, either you're going to say something before it all goes down and have a say in this fight, or you're going to die on your knees. They're leaving very little wiggle room, right? Either you're going to stand in this fight or you're going to be destroyed, because who's ever in position of power, these people aren't stopping. Right? So hold on. So they're like, listen, we're not going to just sit back and be censored out of the conversation or be afraid to say anything, when if we say nothing at all, we're going to become the sacrifice.
Right.
So this is for self-preservation at this point. And I think this is why she's going off. Because, I mean, she's saying they attack her in all different parts of her life. Listen to this. Now, she's speaking to our people right here, right? I'm going to play it again. We're going to do it all the way through, and you can just say what you have to say on it, right?
Okay.
And I think that he died for it. I really believe that. And I know a lot about it because the last several months of Charlie's life were devoted in part to arguing about this event, in fact, this speech, in fact, my speech here, which he asked me to do earlier this year, this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point. I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never talk about it, except to say Charlie stood firm in his often stated and deeply held belief that people should be able to debate, and that if you have something valid to say, if you're telling the truth, you ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true
Fair
friend,
use.
just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men, okay? Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims.
Hold up. Hey, bring a Gocc up in here. Come on. Come on in, Gocc.
To wake.
Shalom, Captain.
How you doing, Elder? Can you hear me?
I am blessed by the Almighty. Let me make sure I can bring both of you in the same time. Let me see how I'm going to do this. Okay, we got your Benjamite sister bringing the noise up in here.
Fire.
Right?
Fire.
Right? So, okay, hold on. All right. Okay, Gocc, I'm here with you. We're going to listen, because right now it's him and I, but whenever you're ready, just say something, I'll bring you in, all right?
All right, well, I'm here.
Here we go. Benjamin, bring it, girl.
Which he asked me to do earlier this summer, and was immediately put under just immense pressure from people who give money to Turning Point. I would assume good people, but who wanted him to take me off the roster. And this has all become public, and the whole thing is so sad that I never...
To your true history, wake up.
You ought to be able to explain it calmly and in detail to people who don't agree with you, and that you shouldn't immediately resort to shut up racist.
That is Charlie Kirk's true legacy, and that is Charlie Kirk's true friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men.
Wake up to our true history, right? Our quarrel isn't with white men. Now, I understand what she's saying, in the context. In context, I understand what she's saying. What she's saying is white Christians are being used and abused and being used by others, and are taking the fall for a group that's untouchable. But there's been a quarrel between Jacob and Esau in the womb. So we can't deny that quarrel. But in context of what she's saying, I understand. There's more.
Okay, wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery.
Let's talk about it. Who's financing these visas to bring more East Indians into our communities, more Muslims into our communities, Muslims into England? Who benefits?
Right, who owns
From
the companies that hires these people, that gives them, what is it in the States, H5, 1B or whatever special visa is called?
It's called H1 something visas, HV visas or something like that, H1 visas.
HB1.
HV1 visas. Like, who benefits from diluting the religious pool? By putting all of these different religions strategically amongst where black Christians have thrived for generations. Who benefits? Because they're not, if they get visas to come over into the United States or England, they're not going into Hasidic or Jewish neighborhoods. And they're just not allowed to. That's their neighborhoods.
And that you shouldn't meet
History of slavery.
Let's
that
go back.
doesn't wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history, because your quarrel is not with white men, okay? Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another.
Who published the books? Who published our school books coming up? Well, who switched the curricula from what we were learning into radicalization with gender studies and all these others in the public schools? Who's behind destroying these children through public education?
Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery, because that wasn't exactly a white men sport, okay? Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade.
Check
You
this out.
buried a lot of it, but it's there, and you can find it.
Oh, she dropped. Hold up. She's dropping some nukes here. God, what say you? Hold up.
Yo, check it.
Hold on. Let me bring you in. Go on.
Just off of the back of just what she's saying, right? When you look at Hollywood, the movies them that they put, all the movies them are really geared up, are pushed towards hating white Christians. That's what the movies entail. You with me? When you look at even that recent movie with Tarantino, with Django, yeah, the dentist who was supposed to be the good guy, you know, he was you get me? He was one of them. And that is the narrative that they pushed, saying that, you know, these people never really had a hand in it, when really the ships are owned by them. You understand me? Aaron Lopez owned the ships that did it, the ports, everything, the trading zone was owned by a particular set of people. Okay? There's one guy that nobody that became the worst human being ever to live. A guy by the name of Hitler. The books that Hitler was burning wasn't the Bible or the Torah. It was LGBT rhetoric that they were pushing in school. All of that was going on by a particular set of people. They were doing that. You with me? When you check out the movies them that's out there right now, when you look at you know, the old time movies them that push certain sexual immorality, debauchery, it's made, produced, starred by a certain set of people, targeting a certain set. It wasn't made for their entertainment. It was made targeting us, disenfranchised people who have no identity. I watch those. With me?
Yeah.
Candice Owens right now is like, she is a breath of fresh air, being that she's willing to go out there and just say what it is, come what may. I think she has what you call it, I think she has resolved in her mind that anything can happen to her. So she's going out there and she's putting it out there fearlessly. And if you remember, Shapat, when we were in Ghana, they had a room or a dungeon designated specifically for women who weren't gonna compromise. So this is not a new phenomenon to them. They know this. They had a room designated for women that never wanted to be raped and never wanted to follow what they were pushing. You understand me? They had a room for them, a dungeon for them. So think about it, you know. There's a regular dungeon enough for the women then that who you can control and you can have your way with. But there was a dungeon for women that you couldn't control. And these women made their mind up. And I tell you what, man, that trip to Ghana made me look at things a little bit different when it came to our sisters. You with me? Had me looking a little bit different. But going back to Candice, she is fearless and she's bringing it out. And she is what's the word? She's unapologetic about it. And I think that what she has realized that is that a lot of people who she thought probably would have been behind her,
Right.
would have supported her. She realized that they were bought and paid for.
Mm.
You get
Good
me?
point.
She realized that they were bought and paid for, and it was the conspiracy goes deeper than just what meets the surface.
I can see that.
Yeah, man. She's realizing that, and then the thing is this is the battle that we face now, that we are at now is that, okay. The white man's the enemy, the white man's the devil, the white man's this, the white man's that. So we caught up in a black and white situation going on here, not realizing that nah, man, it's deeper than that.
Yeah.
It's deeper than black and white. It's not black and white like that. Yo, the devil have a problem with the image of Adam. Oh yeah, man. As you say, you're right. As you just said before, are there white people out there that's not for our cause? That want to see the destruction of the children of Israel? Of course, we're not denying that. You with me? That's not a denial here. But what's going on in the earth now, and even in this time, you know, in this, and I mean this period of time, the last year, 2 years, and the things that's been revealed are coming to light, it's showing you that it's not a black and white. It's not black and white. The adversary have a problem with mankind, with flesh. He wants to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Don't care who we uses to get rid of it.
Yeah. And see, that's why Esau want us caught up constantly. When I say Esau, I'm speaking of the synagogue of Satan and the Vatican and the powers that be, the controllers.
The ruling families. Yep.
Yes. They want us to concentrate solely on white, right? Because then they can say, okay, if only thing we have to do is use buffers. Mm-hmm. If you're looking at white, then I can pay someone who looks like you to do my bidding. and they'll get rid of you. And guess what? I'm absolved. So if you're just looking this way, if you look at truth, righteousness, morality, and it's on the lines where the law draws the lines, then guess what? They can't use buffers because now it's off of character, morality, right? So the whole thing is, if we keep looking at this white thing, white man bad, let me tell you, they okay, well, I'll tell you what, let's get some of those visas and bring some East Indians over here who have resentment with the caste system against black people. Right? Let's bring Africans over here who betrayed their own people. We're not going to bring over the valiant bloodline of Africans who stood for righteousness. We're going to bring some of the people who would cut their own people's throat from Africa over here.
Ella, check it, Ella.
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey with the UNIA, the people that sabotage him were black.
Yeah.
The people that sabotage him, that was running the ships them into shallow waters, the engineers them on board that were sabotaging the ships. They were black people.
Right.
Yeah, and
they were black.
Someone just
black people that worked with Edgar Hoover. That's who they were. That's who they got.
Yeah, and someone just put a profound comment up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Judas was black.
Hey. So it's not new. It's not new for them right now to use black people as agents to come into a society right now and totally just control them. We had a thing that we dealt with a couple of years ago. Common purpose all them common purpose people were black people, you know.
Yeah.
Right,
with me?
like
When
black and white
when you
shouldn't blind us or
when you
give us rose tinted glasses either.
Exactly.
when you look at like Jamaica, right? That's another thing. Jamaica, the leaders of Jamaica are black men. Yo, what you talking about? You telling me? But these people have been bought and paid for. They've been bought.
Sell out.
They've been bought. So they bring the black and white. Okay, yo, the white man. The white man did this. The white man did that. Yo, white Christians was responsible for 20% or less of the slave trade.
Mm.
You hear me?
Yeah.
20% or less white Christians were responsible. 20% or less. Jamaica up until 2015 was still paying money back to Britain, to Westminster. Who controls Westminster for the compensation for what they lost in slavery? Up until 2015, Jamaica and parts of the Caribbean were still paying money back from the abolition of slavery to Westminster. Lost revenue to Westminster. Who controls Westminster? Who? This is not a conspiracy, you know, bro. I'm not making this up. Look it up. Look who running it. Look who doing it.
The Untouchables.
Yeah, the Untouchables.
All right. So let's hear a few more because I want to unpack this before I go to the next segment. Right? The policies that have destroyed our people. So let's finish hearing this out. Y'all can jump in at any time. The sister is dropping nukes here.
True friend, just as I was and am and will continue to fight and ask questions about who killed Charlie Kirk. And to people that are at home, I implore you to wake up to these people who believe that they are contract lords. I challenge Black Americans to wake up to your true history because your quarrel is not with white men, okay? Wake up to who publishes these books and keeps us warring with one another. Christians versus Christians, right? Christians versus Muslims. Wake up and learn the true history of slavery because that wasn't exactly a white men sport, okay? Jewish people were the ones that were trading us. Jewish people were in control of the slave trade. They buried a lot of it, but it's there and you can find it. I think all of us need to wake up to this because it's making me absolutely sick that he is so bold that he dare sit near Charlie Kirk's chair, that he dare grace that stage when Charlie Kirk knew exactly what Ben Shapiro was and will always be. So again, on your belly, Ben Shapiro. We'll be back after a brief break. All right, you guys.
Woo! And I'm going to tell you real quick, let me go to the 54-minute mark. But a lot of people would think, "My man, she's in trouble." Let me tell you, the safest place to be is out in front with what you have to say. It's when you say, "You know what? I got something to drop next week that's going to change everything on this person. And stay tuned next week." That's when you get what? Cement shoes. Okay? And become fish food. Sometimes she thought about this. The safest place to be is out front and put everything out there first without warning. It's when you hold stuff and say, I got something on this person I'm going to drop next week. Hey, you may not live to see next week. So she's doing it the safe way. In boldness. Let's go to the 54-minute mark real quick. Right? 54 minutes. Hold on, let me get it. 1 second. Right here. I'm gonna start
something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, you know something, which I think is the bigger problem here, with the way the contract lords, the way they spun slavery, that it was the white Christians. Now, were they doing it? Of course they were, but like Gal just said, because it's factual, go do it. And even that 20% or less, you still have to have some, with a grain of salt type thing, because a lot of these individuals that are actually quote unquote Jewish, they will feign or pretend to be Catholic, Christian, Protestant. They'll pretend to be something else. But anyway, the point I want to make is by them framing slavery as a de facto white Christian pastime, by framing it that way, not only have we got to undo our color blindness, which is one thing, but I think the biggest issue that we faced, and we've all lived it over a decade, especially in this church, battling our own brothers and sisters to get them to accept that book, that Bible, okay, is our saving grace. But because of the history of the white Christian slavery using that book, we don't want nothing to do with it.
Exactly. It's actually become a stumbling block to our people believing that through the white Christian narrative that Hollywood portrayed, that the Bible is a white man's book. And now the only book that can give us insight on who we are and who they are has now been taken off the table.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this was genius how they thought about this. Hey, if we say white Christians, they top psychologists. And we say white Christians, black people are going to wake up and say, well, if they're responsible for slavery, why should I even read that book? Right? It goes back to Gocc wouldn't be here. That's the first discourse or disagreement I had to have with Gocc coming on a radio show, to get him to understand that the only resolve for our people was in a book he was trying to close.
Mm-hmm.
That's our resolve. But it was slick how they did this. Great point you made. Great point. Check it out. 54 minutes. Let me see. Right, 50, right here.
I used to have to defend my support of you, but that is no longer. The people are waking up and recognizing who and what is fake and gay. Stay safe and thank you. Yeah, even the way when he tries to diss me on stage and he's like, retarded. The way he says retarded is he's so effortlessly uncool. That's what I want to say about Ben. He's just effortlessly uncool. So cringe. 8 Birds writes, all I want for Christmas is justice for Charlie. Here's a Christmas present for you, Candace. Thank you. I am so grateful for you and I pray for you constantly. Keep it up. God is using you in a big way. Thank you. And I feel that way. I feel like all of this is us just breaking the shackles. There have just been mental shackles that have been put on us, telling us we have to stay in line, that we have to accept this, that we have to believe in this arbitrary authority. And everyone around the world is waking up to it. We are just waking up to how absolutely duped we have become as a society, believing that the system is fair when it's so clearly rigged in our faces. And yeah, I just hope that people feel inspired to similarly go max and stand up against it. And I don't even care about these lawsuits anymore. I mean, Ben's going to get me a legal letter so fast. I don't care, man. This is your hope. The Pharisees, people who write the laws, and we got the judges and blah, blah, blah. And we'll put you in a private court and sue you for liking tweets. You heard him on stage. I was literally sued for liking tweets. You know how petty you have to be to even look at somebody's likes? What are you doing? What are you doing? And then publicly trying to pretend you care about free speech while you privately sue people who are just trying to leave your company after they're fired. You fired me. Let me go. Please let me go. Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do shit.
Hold up now. Hold up. Don't get our sisters worked up now. I told them don't get them worked. Hey, don't get our sisters worked up. They're going to tell you like it is.
Can I read this, Elder, real quick?
I'm talking about you the chosen. Hold up. They the chosen for something, right? Well, we're going to let you. The Benjamite sister going to bring it in 1 second. Yes, Elder Shabbat.
Let me read this real quick.
Woo!
Now, this takes, especially, working within that so-called world. This does take a level of bravery to do. And I have to read this, okay? If you've not read the biblical scriptures or the book of Esther or the celebration of Purim. Now, are we saying she is the reincarnation of Purim? No.
Nah.
Okay, no. Is she in the spirit of Esther? No. Is she the only one doing this? No. Anyone that stands up for what I'm about to read, it's a reminder of the courage that we can have when we stand for truth. So I do want to just read this real quick. If you can play that piece again, skipping, the extra bit. It says when you look into Esther, it says, and you can just Google this, or if you're familiar with the biblical book of Esther, it says Esther is known in the Bible as the this is Google. It says Jewish queen, but Judah queen who courageously saved her people, the Jews, from annihilation in the Persian Empire by exposing the evil plot of Haman, the king Ahasuerus, risking her own life to intercede for them. A story celebrated by the festival of Purim. That's coming up. And side note, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, brothers and sisters. We're in quote unquote their so-called Christmas. Yeah. They've been advertising this nonsense for like 2 months straight. Purim isn't about a month or two. So newsflash, you brothers and sisters that have gifts, that have products that you sell and or services, if you're not already on the GOC network, get on the network and promote your stuff.
Yeah.
And you know what? You can buy as gifts. Some of you don't know this, but you can buy not just the brothers and sisters that are on the network, the church stuff. So calendars you can buy as a gift. Okay. The academy, you can enroll somebody as a gift. There's different things that you can get as a gift. There's cookies right here. Okay. There's cookies. There's so many things.
Yeah.
God just got to plug those. There's so many things that we have within ourselves. Let's promote ourselves. But let me get back to this.
We got CMOS here. If we need.
Oh, CMOS. Excuse me, CMOS.
Reach out.
Yes. and a lot of people don't know this Christmas is just a bootleg Purim. All right. Mm-hmm. Purim is what we need to be dealing with, because it was a courageous sister who stood against all odds, who was married to a Persian king and risked her life to save her people by exposing Haman the Agagite. If Haman was living today, guess what religion he would be a part of? Guess who he would be? If Haman the Agagite was living today, he would be Jewish through bloodline. And we're gonna be covering that during the Purim month. But hey, same thing. Somebody get in government, set up a census to count our people, and conspire to pay money to undermine and to destroy our people who were in Persia at that time, until a woman stood up for her people. So that's deep. Hey, there's similarities here, right? Mm-hmm. Let her drop something on the chosen real quick.
Being supported, and we can do this stuff without support from the mainstream media. Let them keep calling us crazy. I'm okay with that.
That's another thing. now that the mainstream media is dirt, because no one look at that crap anymore. They have lost full control of the world's narrative. The whole Babylonian wall has come crumbling down. Right?
The Pharisees, people who write the laws, and we got the judges and blah, 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 and we'll put you in a private court and sue you for liking tweets. Like, you heard him on stage. Like, I was like literally sued for liking tweets. You know how petty you have to be to even look at somebody's likes? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And then publicly trying to pretend like you care about free speech while you privately sue people who are just trying to leave your company after they're fired. You fired me. Like, let me go. Like, please let me go. Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do shit.
Oh, hold up now.
Except within the synagogue of Satan. Clearly.
Within the what?
Everything you
Within the what?
Whoa, that's a SOS watch right there.
SOS watch.
Synagogue of Satan.
Talking about chosen. I approve this message.
Care of this lawsuits anymore. I mean, Ben's gonna get me a legal letter so fast. I don't care, man. This is your whole the Pharisees, people who write the laws, and we got the judges and blah blah blah. And we'll put you in a private court and sue you for liking tweets. Like, you heard him on stage. Like, I was like literally sued for liking tweets. You know how petty you have to be to even look at somebody's likes? What are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And then publicly trying to pretend like you care about free speech while you privately sue people who are just trying to leave your company after they're fired. You fired me. Like, let me go. Like, please let me go. Stop telling people you're chosen. You are not chosen to do shit except within the synagogue of Satan. Clearly, because everything you do is the manufacturing of lies, bullying, getting people to write articles, smearing, libeling. Yeah, it's pretty explicit what kind of people engage in that sort of stuff. So, anyways, let me stop telling you guys how I really feel. Let me.
I gotta read this. I have to read this one more again. Okay? Boy, let me tell y'all elders, man, y'all brothers. Don't you know how long I've waited to see this day? On the corner in the early 90s, Christians, prosperity movement. Everyone is up in the church prospering. They looking at us like, what are y'all talking about? Get a life, get a job. It was like speaking into a ocean of people that you could never overcome. Who needed a debate when they could just dismiss us just because? I never thought that the truth would become mainstream to a point where you would hear them be called the synagogue of Satan. From reputable media people that they have co-signed, that they have trained. You would think she came up in our camp. Man, you know how long I've been waiting to see this? No one thought it was possible. Wisdom of Solomon 5:1. The Christians had packed churches back then. We sitting out on a corner, cold feet. Y'all better wake up, Most High. Y'all lying. Christmas is a lie. Sunday is a lie. And they going to church. They having a good time, marrying, giving into marriage. They were just ignoring, walking by. They would walk by and say, "Man, y'all got chaps on your pants. Where your horse at?" No one. Who would have known? The Most High knew. One time I went to go get a pizza up the street. They had a Sabaro's Pizza right there on 15th and Market. And I'm going to get me a piece of it. Like, man, we didn't know Funkadelic was playing down here this weekend. All types of stuff they would give us. Talking about where's the mothership? You name it. Right? Now, now look, right? Wisdom of Solomon, 5:1. Then shall the righteous man stand up in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. The Most High knew that we would stand up in full boldness, eye to eye with the synagogue of Satan. He knew it. It was prophesied, and then we would reveal that Christ would not return until that man of sin be revealed. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. And I'm going to tell you, it's not just us. It's the kingdom of heaven that's coming to earth. It's the Most High moving all things at once. And this is why Esau, the synagogue of Satan, the untouchables are panicking.
Contract lords.
Yeah, contract lords. I mean, think about it. There's too many holes for them to plug. They got a finger on this, a finger on this, 5 toes on this, trying to hold this thing together. It's too many holes to plug. As soon as they think they got a handle on something, hey, Kanye West, and then hold up, Kyrie Irving. What's going on here? Candace Owen. It's too much. Ice Cube. Folks, everyone knows. Kendrick Lamar. They're not like us. On so many levels, that particular song exposed everything. Because who was he talking to? He was talking about their darling child, the infiltrator, who came up and had a bar mitzvah, and now he was known amongst the genre Judah created. Drake. They cannot stop this, folks. They cannot stop. And it's prophecy that man of sin would be revealed. Right? Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. When they shall see it, they shall be troubled with fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation. So far beyond all that they look for. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this is he whom we had sometimes in derision, and a proverb of reproach. We fools counted his life madness, and his end to be without honor. Here it is. How is he numbered amongst the children of God? How are these people? At the very end, all the other nations are going to look at it, going to be like, hold up. How are these people the true children of Israel? And how is his lot? His lot is amongst the saints. The people we look down on are the true saints of God. The Bible said that the world would see it before the end. And that's why I'm stating based on just what I've seen from the time of the awakening. How it's a phenomenon to me to see how far this truth has come. The Most High is doing exactly what he said he would do in the earth. He's shaking the Tower of Babel, and the walls of Babylon are falling. Anything you have to say on that before we go to the next segment? Hold tight. We're gonna segue into the plan they have now, brothers and sisters. The plan they have to control all the resources under a socialist model, by using the immigrants. And after that, we're going to segue to the school portion. Hold tight. We'll be right back. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Okay. I need y'all to do us a favor. We are 2,000 in, but we're 1,000 likes down. We're about to amp this thing up. Come on, we're about to pump it up. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please hit the like button. Now, coming around full circle, I mentioned years ago, I don't know how many times I've mentioned this, when the ministry first began. I'm going to make some announcements in a moment. But Elder Shapat, I mentioned it years ago. A matter of fact, you know about this. You were here when the ministry first began, following our classes in 2008, 2009, through the Skype classes I would have every Wednesday. People don't know that we've always somehow were able to broadcast on Wednesday nights somehow. Wednesday used to be our Wednesday's class on Skype. Later, we were doing Justin TV, and I was doing Wednesday sometimes. Later on, in the UK, Sister Bev told me about Peace FM and set up a meeting for me to go to Peace FM on Wednesday night, where I ran into Gocc, the conscious community Benjamite at the time. He wasn't a Benjamite. He was damn near a Rasta man. And then it continued Wednesday over there, but when we were doing it over there, it was just radio, so I took a computer on the side and put it on the side and would upload the whole radio broadcast on YouTube. Now, folks, this was before podcasts. That was even before the Breakfast Club started doing the radio thing. I just thought to put a computer on the side and just say, hey, we need to see this dynamic through YouTube. And I would just upload our debates and all that through the Wednesdays class. And it led all the way to where we are today. Right? But in 2009, I told people, I was on the corner speaking and I said, don't fall for what they're telling you with the Twin Towers. I had a $20 bill twisted up showing certain dollar bills you would twist and it'll show you the $10 bill, show you the Twin Towers. If you put it in the shape of a plane, the $10 bill back then showed you the Twin Towers standing. And when you fold the $20 bill, I was on the street, you can see the towers being hit, coming down.
Smoke coming out of it.
With smoke coming out of it. And I was showing on the streets, I say, folks, don't think this is about Arab extremism. I said it right on the street, between 8th and 9th and Market. I said, what they're going to do is they're going to use this as a pretext to come against Hebrews who are teaching on the streets. It's not about Arabs. And maybe we do about Arabs, Bin Laden. I'm like, listen, I'm going to tell you, it always circled back to us. The Arabs were complicit with Esau in selling us. You can't tell me that it's about Arabs when they're letting Arabs in our community for black and brown coalitions, giving them nonprofit businesses, allowing them to set up mosques in our community. You don't do this to terrorists. And then on top of that, pass a law that protects Muslims so there's no blowback from this extreme negative press they're getting. We've never received that much protection. I said, listen, it has nothing to do with Arabs. They're putting something on the books. What they're putting on the books in the United States through the Patriot Act is going to make what? Religious extremism terrorism. Well, what religious extremism that's currently threatening, destabilizing the status quo? The facts that blacks are standing up and telling everyone who the true Israelites are. And I said it, quote unquote. And I said, right now it's an Arab, but if they change laws in the United States, those laws will not be changed for Arabs. They'll be changed to come after the truth. It's going to switch from an Arab man to who? A black face for terrorism. Why am I saying this? Here's something from CNN. And I showed this once before, but I'm going to show you. It come around full circle to why I'm talking about it now. This was on CNN 10 years ago. Right? Even though it was from a story in 2012. They resurfaced it, but the story was 2012. Right? But YouTube uploaded this 10 years ago, where there's this guy that they're claiming did something in the United States. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I don't believe anything I'm like Trump. I believe Trump in all this when he says, hey, it's fake news. If a president can say it, then I can co-sign it. Here it is. I come back to the United States later, and eventually I see stuff like this, where it's not about a black man anymore. I mean, it's not about an Arab terrorist anymore. It's about a black Muslim terrorist. And I'm like, don't worry about it. That's just the segue before they move to Israelites. They have to change the face from a light skin to dark skin first. Now you see why they bring in what you would call immigration, so they can shape any narrative. You can easily get somebody from another country to play a role. Right? So I need y'all to check this out real quick. Y'all seen this before, but I'm going to show y'all something quite interesting. How they was going to segue, and I said in 2008, they're going to segue from Arabs to black people. Fair use for educational purposes only.
It recharges your iman as well when you come together and you pray 5 times a day with the brothers.
For the very first time, we are seeing and hearing from Elton Simpson himself, known as Ibrahim to his fellow Muslims, speaking in a 2012 video to raise funds for his new mosque, reflecting on his faith.
It provides for you.
Now, this is all being really narrated through CNN. This is their piece. They put this piece together. Okay?
Weaponry to go out into the real world and use that weaponry to shield you against the tricks of the shaitan.
Shaitan or Satan. CNN is also learning the FBI is calling in members of the mosque for what's described as friendly interviews, trying to find out why this seemingly soft-spoken man would take this violent turn. Vocab Malone believes he knows. He's the pastor at Roosevelt Community Church. He also worked with Simpson for 3 years at a delivery company. Pastor Malone recalls arguing theology with Simpson for hours upon hours.
He remembered arguing theology with Simpson for hours and hours. Now, this was before this guy was put on Israelite detail. Right?
Did he go to the...
I need y'all to check this out.
Blowout or something? To make
I
it look
told
like a flow?
people in 2008 that it wasn't about Arabs. Right? That they were going to use Muslim extremists as a pretext to put extremism or terrorism on black people. Why? Because now the Zionists and the Jesuits no longer have the same power or religious control over our communities like they used to. They knew that the truth would eventually destroy the lies they've been pushing on our people for hundreds of years through modern day Christianity. They were losing control. The Israelites were tearing down all the lies they were teaching in our communities. And guess what? The preachers who went to their theologian schools could not refute the truth. So now they claim that this guy was the preacher of this Roosevelt Community Church. Out of nowhere, who so happens to have had a conversation for 3 weeks with a black Muslim terrorist. Huh?
Violent
just
turn.
seems to always
Vocab
be
Malone
in the-
believes he
in this
knows.
box.
He's the pastor at Roosevelt Community Church. He also worked with Simpson.
Now, when somebody see him, they need to ask, hey, dude, are you the pastor of the Roosevelt Community Church? Are you the guy that had a conversation with a Muslim extremist for over 3 weeks?
Years at a delivery company. Pastor Malone recalls arguing theology with Simpson for hours upon hours.
Oh, Pastor Malone here. Interesting. So let me type this in. Pastor Malone. Was that his character back then? Pastor Malone. Okay. Pastor Malone. Right? Oh, let me go here.
I hope your experience.
Pastor Malone. Huh? Out of nowhere, he's specifically focusing now on Israelites all of a sudden. Right? Let's get it. Let's get it. Look at this. All of a sudden, he's specifically, right, focusing on Israelites. Look. Right? Look at it. Hebrew Israelites pack up and leave. That's him chasing Israelites. Right? Look. I don't know how much money he's making in these churches, but he's able to travel all around the world, London and everywhere, to try to follow Israelites. London?
All right, who's bankrolling him?
Huh? Look. Go messing with Israelites here? Look. Who is he right here? The spiritual tour. Look. Same guy. Hold up. Let me get him. Right here.
You do know that's not his real name.
Before he
right?
was put on Israelite detail.
Elder? That.
So he went from the black Muslim extremist detail, then placed on Israelite detail. Huh?
At a delivery company. Pastor Malone recalls arguing theology with Simpson for hours upon hours.
I was surprised, but not shocked. I wouldn't put it past him because I understood the sincerity of his beliefs. And he had expressed to me admiration, specifically for Osama bin Laden. He used the word hero.
Why do you think he took that?
Hey, but you know,
My guess is he felt as if no one was doing anything to defend the prophet.
See, he's going to narrate the whole thing. He know exactly what he thought and everything. They got one video where one other Jesuit is sitting next to him asking him, he told him, you're the foremost expert on Israelites. How did you get into this?
Well, you know, Elder, you're looking at it
Hold
right
on.
now, right?
Oh, let me put the earphone. What you say, Elder?
I'm saying you're looking at it right now. Like this was like 10 years ago, 15 years ago.
Yep.
You're looking at it now. You know this is all a script. This is a Hollywood set. You get me? This is not real. There was no Muslim extremist. You get me? There was nobody talking to. He wasn't talking to nobody for 3 weeks. All of this is paid, plan, put in.
It looks like a script. And that's what it looks like.
It's a Hollywood script. You get me? Pastor Malone, like how did he get here? Coincidentally talking to this extremist. No, how did he get there?
You know,
CNN.
Yeah, he was a pastor. You know, he was at work, and when you look at the article, it says that Elton Simpson talked about his fascination and admiration for Osama bin Laden, and he was just, Pastor Malone was just trying to bring him into the good news of the good Lord Jesus Christ. Huh? He was just trying to bring him into the good Lord, into the word of the good Lord, Jesuit Cesar Borgia, Jesus Christ. He was trying to radicalize him, and that's what happened, I just want
sorry, Elder.
Go ahead, Shabbat.
We've for you new brothers and sisters, right? New is like a relative term, right? You may have been in the truth or following for, let's say, a year. This guy, we've covered this guy in the past, Vocab Malone. He has what is it, IMDb, which is the international. He's an actor, right? It's the international thing for if you're an actor or director, screenwriter, all of that. You have a profile. So he has that. He's an actor, Vocab Malone. But I did not know this. I don't know if you know this, Alder. Maybe you do.
What?
But Vocab Malone is not his name.
Oh,
his
I know.
Name is, John Mark.
Hold up. If you believe his name is John Mark Reeser,
Oh, right.
John a disciple, Mark a disciple.
Oh, right.
So, but I know his name is a Jewish name. Right?
I didn't know that.
So, hey, all I know is it's a coincidence out of nowhere that I'm teaching on the street saying years ago that they're going to change the whole rules when it comes to terrorism and put it on black people to stop the awakening, which is Judah waking our people up throughout the earth. Only to come back and see a video of them now moving from an Arab to a black extremist with what seems to be a canned, scripted story. With the same guy they use as a preacher, and people need to check and see if he's still a pastor of this church, if that ever was a real, character or a real scenario.
Church.
A real church. Only for him to be what? Segue into following Israelites all over the earth. Everywhere. England, no matter where. Hold up. He don't work anywhere as far as we know. Who's paying him? He even came up to one of our churches in Cleveland. We were teaching outside with Bishop Anya and popped up out of nowhere. But why am I going here, folks? Why am I going here? Well, the same way they did this for a segue. Using a black face. And don't tell him what this guy was really saying, to tell you the truth, because really CNN was narrating the whole thing. He could have said, man, I'm about to go down the street and get a cheeseburger. Right? I'm about to go get me a swine sandwich or something. Who knows? But they use a face, and then they bring a narrative against who they're seeking to attack later. Well, now let's go to, no one is looking into this right now, elders. No one is looking into this. While everyone is dealing with Christmas and all of this, look at what's going on in Minnesota. They brought in a whole, they brought in many villages out of Somalia and out of different parts of the Sudan and placed them in Minnesota. They're predominantly Muslim, and now they're doing criminal behavior in the United States. And guess what? You think that they're doing this on their own volition? Or was this something that was put together under the Democrats? With the Somalis get their own whole area and everything to do one of the biggest scams, one of the biggest cons in American history, using black people that will automatically have a negative effect on us. Why? Those people can go back. They're sending a lot of them back. But the laws they're placing on the books is coming to destroy any help that our people need who are poor in the United States. Check it out.
Stabilization Services program was easy money. And so they traveled to Minnesota, enrolled their companies, Chosen Runner LLC and Retzel Real Estate LLC, in the Housing Stabilization Services Medicaid program here in Minnesota. They then returned to Philadelphia and began submitting fraudulent claims to Minnesota Medicaid here, through which they obtained more than $3.5 million in fraudulent Medicaid payments. This fraud tourism is new, although we've heard of it as investigators here. I mean, these defendants came here not to enjoy our lakes, our beautiful summers, our warm people. They came here because they knew and understood that Minnesota was a place where taxpayer money could be taken with little risk and few consequences.
Now, let me just catch y'all up real quick. At first, it was just Minnesota. But now it's across what? State lines with their nonprofits from Minnesota to Philadelphia, right? Go ahead. I'm listening to you, Elder.
This sounds like a regular day in Manchester, England. You get me? This is my side.
Yeah. Oh, see, this is new for us, right? But they made a whole town to scam.
Listen, Ella, check this out. Just one point here.
Yeah.
In England, right? In England, where my ancestors came over from the Windrush generation, the UK government brought in Somalian refugees, and they totally took over them communities that we had. Totally just took it over. Free housing, free everything. You with me? In not Hume High Street, but I think it's Claremont Road. There's one building alone left that we own. Everything else is done to the Somalians. One building, and that's the Rasta HQ that we went into that night. That's the only building left, and the Rasta them holding on to that by the hair of the chin. Okay, but this is the thing. All of this thing that comes in, and like I say, new for America, right? But that's what they're doing. They're bringing it in to replace a set of people underground. You get me? And guess who that people that they're looking to replace? Guess who? You get me? Guess who? And they're doing it with the black face. Oh, but the black. Nah, man. Listen, I had a conversation, right?
Yeah.
With some Somalians, right?
Yeah.
And the Somalian guy said to me, "Oh, listen, I can trace back my ancestor to 26 fathers." And I'm like, cool. So that compounds the point I'm making, that when my ancestors were going into captivity on the west coast of Africa, where were your ancestors? Your ancestors were living normal, helping to facilitate whoever, the Arabs and the Edomites who were on the shores. That goes to show. And then he says to me, well, Abraham wasn't the first man to Africa. And I'm like, brother, I never said Abraham was the first man in Africa. I said Abraham was the man that brought arithmetic to Africa. That's what I said. You with me? So you, Mr. Somalian, you know the difference between your family and mine.
Yeah?
You know it.
Let me tell you, Gocc, you're right on point. They know why they're coming over. Because they're playing the same position they have always played against us throughout history when it comes to them trading us.
From the beginning.
So let me tell you, there was a guy who came on one of the radio shows I heard earlier, and I'm going to play that Friday. It was an African dude who said, listen, we're your replacements. I don't know why you just can't get along with the white man. That stuff happened a long time ago. And as long as you fight, we're going to come over and take what we need for ourselves while you're fighting him. Quote unquote. This dude was out of his mind. But that's a whole nother conversation. But they know what they're doing. That's why they have, and that's how you know that this is a straight, that this is a straight game they're playing. They started off with religious extremism. Then they come up with Elton Simpson, this canned story in 2010, 2012, claiming that he was planning to blow up something and it was foiled through the FBI, right? So if you're so worried about Muslim extremists, how can you bring over a whole, 30 to 50,000 Somalis who are used to brown-nosing Arabs over there and give them their own town? Where what? They don't have to learn the language. They can do whatever they want to do without having to assimilate into the country. So if you was really had a problem, against Muslim extremists or fearful that terrorism might happen, why would you bring them over and give them their own town? You know why?
That make you know that what they were saying all along was a lie. That was never your problem. You never cared about that.
Yeah.
You get me?
But now they got built-in supply of terrorism stories to draw from. Think about it.
With blackface.
Exactly, Elder Shapat. Because now they can frame this thing anything they want from people that none of us ever could recognize and say this is black terrorism. See? And to do what? All of those criminal numbers fall on the people who have always been here. So when they start tallying up those numbers of crime and terrorism, it goes back to what the Most High showed me decades ago. They're coming after Israelites. But not before starving our people out. That's what this is about. So I don't have to play this whole thing. Let me break down in a nutshell what's in this particular video. And I'll put it out there in the chat for those who would like to hear it later. They're not telling people that this is not just Minnesota. It's now going throughout the whole United States, which what? It breaks state lines. So that now all the other cities must be compliant with all the rules they're changing in the United States when it comes to SNAP benefits, when it comes to food. All of this is based on this Somalia thing, right? The identification, tracking people, auditing things, auditing people who've been here. Even though you got ID, they don't know. So now they got to audit everybody from the beginning. And then on top of that, they've taken so much out of the system, there's not much left to give the people after taking $8 billion in SNAP benefits. So now they can't give our people what they used to based on this going down. Now, another thing, that's just on the surface of how it's going to indirectly affect us. The other thing is this. They, quote unquote, foiled a political ring. Now, check out the political ring, Elder Shapat. You a lawman. You notice they got the LLCs up there.
Mm-hmm.
These are non-profits, 501c3s. Now, listen to this. Politicians would get in position, find out where the money was when it comes to the money going to homelessness, abuse centers, autism, SNAP, whatever the case might be, and they would set up straw men from other countries to be the LLC. Take the money and splurge, do all this stuff with it that's not going to the community. And then after that, Shapat, listen to this. After that, they would take a certain percentage of that money and finance their own campaigns so that they can stay in office to do it again for years to come. Robbing from the poor people. They found out they were doing this in California. There was a homeless thing where billions upon billions are going towards homelessness, and there's no homelessness anywhere being cured in California. They're setting up NGOs, non-government organizations, using foreigners as a straw man so that you don't know it's the politicians who are attached to it.
Right.
Using
That's
them.
what I was going to ask. Where did they learn the playbook?
Exactly. And now that's why you see Ellen DeGeneres, that other lesbian woman, I forgot her name, Rosie O'Donnell, while they went over into the UK and all of that, because a lot of these alleged stars are attached to these politicians who say, listen, there's just free money that's for the poor that we can take under nonprofits. And that's why nothing have been coming into our communities at all. The people who work, who built the country, can get nothing. Folks, they make you think it's Somalis. The Somalis are just a front. It's just a front. Listen, they siphon all this money so that now they can have what? New laws in place in all the cities where now the money have to be distributed according to a new audit system where they can choose who get it, who doesn't get it. Now they can look into nonprofits or try to dismantle nonprofits altogether or change the codes where now they can do things to nonprofits they weren't able to do beforehand. See? Now they can go after nonprofits who was doing right and restrict them now based on this, especially those who are under 501c3. Right? So now this is them going after the Christian churches indirectly with this. Now, this is what's deep. A lot of entertainers was also in Shabbat with this nonprofit thing. Because they get nonprofits for tax sheltering so that they don't have to get all their money to the government. If they got this type of nonprofit to help the community, whatever the case is, then that'll lower the taxes they have to pay the government. Most rich athletes and or entertainers have a nonprofit for that purpose. Yes, it helps the community or help whatever organization, whatever people they're targeting with the organization to help. But on top of that, it gives them a tax break. Well, a lot of these so-called artists had political affiliations and was attached to some of these nonprofits too. And I don't know, I'm just putting it out there, but I know for the last a couple of months ago, I heard that Jay-Z and Beyonce was looking to move over to the UK. So there's a lot going on with this right now. LLCs and all of that, nonprofits, all of that. They're going after that, and they want to set up an electronic system for the SNAP benefits, a new system where it brings all of what? All of the finances into one particular treasury to be distributed socially from the top federally, instead of it being state to state. See that? Where now, to get in front of the fraud, they must now consolidate the whole distribution system to protect from any, fraud, as they claim. But now they're going to bring in a greater control mechanism over all of the United States. Identification and everything else when it comes to SNAP benefits and help, based on what they call, what the Democrats allowed and the Republicans. Okay. This is what they're going to use to change everything when it comes to being able to spend and or travel. And I think we touched on this in the academy. So they're going after the food. They're switching the system. They're going after the housing. And they use immigrants to do it. An indirect attack against Judah here in America, using the others. Right? Now, they're going after food. They're going after, they're doing all types of stuff when it comes to what? The healthcare systems. We have to watch our children there. But the last piece I wanted to show Shabbat, we have to prepare ourselves because they're recalibrating the whole system that will lead to what? An electronic system controlled by the top of government. Mark of the beast system they're putting in place using the immigrants.
Yeah. And not just putting in place, a lot of the things they do, it's the, how do I say this? It's the, it's getting people preconditioned to accept these new terms and conditions, going back to those contract laws, because the believe it or not, Elder, we touched on this in the academy. I don't know if you remember this bit, but the technical infrastructure for this to happen, like having restrictions on basically what you can purchase and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's been in place. And I didn't know this till like a few weeks ago. I think this was towards the end of the prior academy. But it's called, what Elder's explaining, okay, and giving examples, and they do it with EBT cards that, you know, they're pushing this thing now where, oh, they don't want you using your EBT cards to buy flat screen TVs when you should be buying food and blah, blah, blah. Every individual item has a barcode, right? And yes, there's each code, the way the lines, whether they're thick or a thin one, or how far the space in between, that is a digital representation of a number. And it just so happens that every barcode has like 2 main bits, and then it has 3 breakers. Like it has a start breaker, the middle bit, a middle breaker, then the second main bit, then the end breaker. So those 3 things that form the whole barcode, the digit they chose to be the breaker in each one of those is the number 6. So at the bottom of every barcode is 666. A lot of people have known this for years. Okay, we've brought this out over decades.
Yeah.
The piece here, though, is everything that you purchase with a credit or debit card, okay, or by extension, an EBT card, everything you purchase digitally, every item has something called a merchant category code. And you've got the money, whether it's EBT, scratch EBT, it's your money, okay? You've got money, you go to purchase something, and based on the merchant category code, and this is the extra piece now, like what Alda's mentioning, that they're drumming up these stories to get people acclimated and used to saying, oh, for the safety, for security, they're going to be restrictions on what you can purchase. The technology and infrastructure for that been existing for decades, brothers and sisters. It's called merchant category codes.
We're right here. The only thing they have to do, just say if things aren't going quick enough for them organically to bring in the New World Order system. Well, they'll just bring in others and shape a narrative like the crimes we're seeing now that gives them plausible deniability to set in place what they wouldn't have been able to do otherwise unless they brought the other people over. And then after they get what? After they get the outcome they want with these people doing what they're doing, then they say, okay, ship them back. We don't care about them. The laws are now in place so that we can deal with the next stage leading into the mark of the beast. All right, deport them. We don't care. The laws are in place now. Through thy policy, they what? Will destroy many in the book of Daniel. It's about them putting the policy in place. Now, if we're not doing crime, we're following God's law, we're coming back to the Most High, that doesn't fit the narrative to bring forth their beast system. So they have to go outside and get others to keep the criminality going. Don't forget how this works. Okay? Our impoverishment is gold to them. Understand this, because if you are impoverished, if you are abused, if you're traumatized or sick, well, there's a foundation that one of these politicians can set up to siphon money through the subsidies that come through government. Oh, there's abuse? Oh, let's set up a nonprofit NGO for abuse. Oh, there's homelessness? Let's set up a nonprofit for that. See that? Oh, someone has autism. Oh, let's help the autism. Let's set up a nonprofit for that. So they need our community impoverished, sick, and riddled with crime, because that gives them access to the funds federally that's allocated each year for those particular issues. If something happens where our people are coming back to God's law and they're looking at the metrics, crime is going down and things are happening because we're doing what's right, hey, they have to import the criminality. to keep their NGOs going, to keep their money. They have to have what? A reason for the funds that's coming into their nonprofits. No crime, no poor, no family separation, no money for the elites who get money through those particular causes. See how it works? So there's no one that's trying to solve crime. There's no one that's trying to, they seen our people getting things together and they started importing others to keep the criminality happening. They have to show the metrics concerning the criminality that justify them getting money from year to year into their organizations. See how it works? And this is why they don't like this Israelite stuff. You're telling people to follow God, to be right, to be lawful. Do not steal. Do not kill. Respect one another. Folks, that's not financially beneficial for this system.
Like in the UK, Elder, right?
Yeah.
I remember a couple of years ago when the twins was doing a documentary in Birmingham, and the police reached out to them and told them not to put it out, because if they put it out that crime is going down, they would defund the police in that area.
Oh my goodness! Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the police approach them and go, yo, you can't put this documentary out, because if you do it, we're not gonna have money coming here in our areas. Like for the 100% for the UK, right? For 100% for the UK, the police are given quotas to meet. So each district, each area have to meet a certain amount of arrests, a certain amount of charges. If they don't meet that, they don't get paid. They don't get funded for the next year. That's an incentive for them. You with me? So if black people is the demographic of crime, and that's going down, that a lot of people, your prisons lose money, a lot of places lose money based on that. You get me? Your court system lose money because the judges, your lawyers, everybody get paid based on criminality going on.
Can I read it?
One sec. In Manchester, I know this for a fact, right? There's about 20 different factions of non-profit set up that get funding monthly. Mothers Against Violence, Fathers Against Violence, this against that, that against that. There's like 20 of them listed non-profit that gets funded every 3 months, every quarter from the funds allocated within the United Kingdom budget. So they don't want the crime to stop. They don't want that. That's bad for business. You get me? It's like even with this disaster thing with Jamaica right now, people setting up charities based on that, and the government allocates. So it's crazy.
Like it's COVID setting up PPP companies.
Yeah. That's what going on. So what you're saying, Ella, is right on point. That listen, if the crime goes down, what's gonna happen to the prison industrial complex? Who's gonna pay these guys? Who's gonna pay lawyers and judges and all of that? Who's paying? You understand me? That's why they need it. They need it to go on. Crime is a business. Check it, Jamaica, right? In 2010, they had what I'm called the Tivoli Gardens incursion, where they labeled some guy from Kingston as the most dangerous gangster in the Western Hemisphere.
You talking about barbecue?
No, not barbecue. No. I'm talking about Dudus Coke, Christopher Coke.
Okay.
Yeah. And they labeled him as the most dangerous gangster within the Western Hemisphere. Do you know how long it took the army to take down his area?
How long?
1 minute.
So if they want to stop you, they can.
1 minute. It took them 1 minute to surround the entire area and have everybody under lock. 1 minute. That information came to me from a friend of mine who works in the Ministry of Security. It took them 1 minute. So when them come out and them talk about crime and this and that, They have
It's
the
them.
technology. They know where all the criminals are. They know where all the gangs are. They know everybody. They know all the players in the game. They know it. But if they stop it like that, then that's the problem. They can't do that.
Money stop. Can I
Money
read
stop.
it? Let me read it real
Okay,
quick.
go ahead. What you got, your pot? Great point.
On what both of you elders are saying. Romans 11:12. Now, I
Okay,
know
okay.
scriptures.
Let me get it for you.
Okay, while you're getting it, we all know that the scriptures are manifold, right? And yes, this is about our downfall and everything, but in the same vein that you elders are speaking about, check this out.
Look, it's crazy.
Romans 11:12.
Romans 11:12. Go ahead.
Now, if the fall of them, modern language, crime, sin. Now, if the fall of them be the riches of the world, and the diminishing of them, the riches of the Gentiles. In plain English, when we fall, when we sin, modern language, when there's crime amongst us, they get rich.
That's crazy. Because I read the scripture and I understand it, but it's even on the minute level that our criminality is their currency. So if they can promote gender wars between man and woman, just say there's a fight and someone get abused. Well, guess what? There's an organization that's justified that the government will pay to make sure they help a woman through that abuse. But guess what? If you give the law and our people start, and then less crime happens and less things happen, then what? If men know, okay, I can't deal with this no more, and abuse is going down, what happens? Then the funding for that particular NGO or nonprofit goes away. So they're running around looking for crime. So what can we do? Usually when there's a battle or a fight, it's women. Hey, let's promote lesbianism. Now the highest number of DV, domestic violence, are amongst lesbian couples. Look it up. It's on the CDC website. Now you got two of them coming in. Right? But now exactly. But if you have it that way, now the NGOs continue because it's finance. Our fall, our crime is their currency. Because if you have a for-profit business, they call it nonprofit, but they're making money off of this. They're not just paying taxes. That means they're incentivized to not pay taxes if they can keep the criminality going.
DPS, anyone? Child adoption, anyone?
That is insane. And I've seen it on every level, but I've never seen it on a political community level like that. It's in every area. So our crime is their currency. But go on. I'm sorry.
That's what the scripture says, man. Don't get caught. Don't let them persecute you as a wrongdoer. You get me, or evildoer. But as a murderer or anything, they were doing it back then. The system set up that way for us to continue to perpetuate that sort of behavior, poverty. You understand me? It's like, I'm not telling anybody to commit crime, but I can look at it from a perspective and go, I can see why they went that route. You get me? I can see it, and they set it up that way that all right then. So there's funding there. The police getting funds from that. The judge getting funds from that. The lawyers getting funds from that. It pays everybody. You understand me? In the 80s, and they show it in some of the movies. They use the drug trade to boost the economy and buy weapons to support wars in other countries.
Yeah.
Like the drug trade bought weapons from a certain place over in the Middle East to go kill some people down in South America. You understand me?
Yeah.
And this is not a conspiracy. This is something that's documented, well documented, and they know about it. You get me? So when that incident took place with us in Birmingham, and the police was like, we don't want you to put the documentary out because we're gonna not get, they're not gonna fund us anymore. I'm like, wow. So you don't want the crime to stop. You don't want the last thing that they want is for Israelites, the ones who are supposed to be the perpetuator of crime, stop committing it, becoming fathers, coming off of drugs. You understand me? No more domestic violence. Can you just look at all of these economies? Not only that, you start to eat healthy. That means the pharmaceutics start to lose out. All of these things. My dad is a diabetic, and right now the doctors are taking him off insulin. Why? Because you got herbs.
That's good. That's good. Now
you get me?
Yeah.
Good.
Now we're going to segue now from the political side of how they are now how they are now going into the what you would call mark of the beast system by using these Somalis and others as a proxy. It's not really about them. It's about putting a new system in place for the next socialist setup to allocate finances to the poor communities. Right? Now, before I segue over to what's going on with the children, right? 1 second here. Let me grab this. One thing, this is what I'm seeing, though. I don't know if y'all seeing the same thing. The powers that be know that this truth is getting through, where our people who has a conscience are actually doing more following God's law. It's getting out there. And how do you know that? Anytime you have to bring in criminality to show that there's crime, that means it's not happening organically amongst the citizenry. That means the black people that you would like to put criminality on isn't doing as much crime that could justify, the negative labeling, as well as the finances that goes towards the criminality. So something is going on with our people where less crime is going on. And I believe it's the law to why they have to import people who look like us for crime now. And I'm starting to look at this. I'm going to tell you. So now, last but not least, check this out, folks. Listen to this. A socialist program in play where they're now trying to control the finances, and then they have to do what? They have to make enough. They have to create another generation, another control generation through the school system for the next servants into the New World Order. How do they propose to do this? And hence the reason why I Am Royal School is so important. Listen to this. We got kind of a little academy dynamic today, if you will, Shapat. Listen to this.
Well, as schools throughout California welcome students back, there is a change that parents should know about. It's a new law in California called the Safety Act. It has to deal with schools not needing to tell parents when their child wants to change genders. ABC 10 News reporter Nate Holmes shows us why not all parents are on board with this.
A new California law has some parents concerned as it could limit their parental oversight when it comes to their children and them going to school. It's called the Safety Act, and it would go into effect in public school settings like here at San Diego Unified. The headquarters are just behind me. Now, this new law would actually ban school districts from requiring staff to disclose a student's gender change to others, including the parents, without the child's permission.
The first person you need to notify is the parents.
I really benefited from having teachers who were willing to give me that space to explore things like my name and my pronouns.
California is the
Okay.
first state to explicitly...
Now let's talk about her They always get someone, an actor or someone like that alleged to come in to justify this madness of how this was such a good law for her. Now, I'm going to play this all the way through, but I have a fix for this. When I was growing up, right, William Penn was an all-girls school right up the street from us. They had all-boys schools. Right? And sometimes they had unisex schools, or the majority of them were. Male and female, excuse me. If this is what y'all want to do, all these empty buildings, get a school for those who would like to do that. An easy fix. If this is the stuff you want to do, outside of the normalcy between man and woman, how the Most High created boy and girl, have a building where the teachers are like that and the parents who want their children to be associated with that all together with their own schools. But that's not the plan. Their plan is to what? Is to infect our children. Because if it was just about being safe, all these empty buildings everywhere, you know how many schools and closed down in the United States? Why don't they just have a school for themselves and just knock yourselves out? And folks, why are they indirectly doing this to public schools? Who you think this stuff is going to affect?
Poor people.
Hold on. Hold on. What happened here? Oh, there it is. It's going to affect our people more so who are poor.
Newsom signed it into law in July. Over the past year, more than a dozen school districts have enacted new policies.
Gavin Newsom signed it into law. The governor of California, who will eventually run for president next. He signed that into law, seeking to run for president, right?
About gender transitioning students. In May, Lakeside Union passed a parents' bill of rights that calls for staff to notify parents of students' actions related to sexual transitioning.
So how is this not, with adults teaching this or keeping it from the parents, how is this not grooming children into being gay?
Faking gay.
But let me ask you a question, Ella. Like, what's the response on the ground from parents? What are parents saying about it?
I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth, Gocc. Parents don't know. They don't know. People are so busy looking at TikTok, working, over their head in bills. They just don't know. And now they're trying to sign into law where it's protecting the child by not telling the parents. So now you're turning the child out. You're grooming the child into another sex. And it could be what? It could be a person, 9 out of 10, any adult that would do this, you know they're into some crazy stuff. So these are the people they have in our schools now.
You know, Elder, right? We had a conversation one time, you know. We had this a conversation we had in Jamaica with parents. You get me? And I guess it probably have to be an international conversation. Listen, you need to know as a parent everything that your child is involved in or what is affecting your child. That is your responsibility as a parent. That you need to know what subject, who's teaching. You understand me? You have to be actively responsible for your child. Because if I was here and my child, and that was something that I heard was even remotely near to my child going to school, that would have been the last day to go into that school. And if I'm in a country that's supporting that, I'm gonna migrate. You understand me? We have to get more active with our children and more active with the protection of our family. with me? We have to get behind that, behind protecting our families, protecting our wives, protecting our children. You understand me? Because this is not normal. You can't just roll up and say that you will implement something where my child can co-sign to it without my permission. Are you crazy? And you are crazy. You are crazy for even thinking that this is something that this is normal. Parents, we have to get in front of the education of our children. We have to know who is in these social activities, who they're going out to play with, who is on the phone, who they're texting, who they're talking to on the tablet. And I know some of us, for easy life, we like to just, leave that into the hand of somebody else, to train professional. But no, we have a responsibility to our children.
Yeah, but there's something else that I noticed that doesn't exist anymore in our current time. Right? There used to be PTA meetings, parents-teacher associations. There used to be a thing where if there was something going on that can affect your particular area, you would go to city council and sit in and hear the plans they have for your block or for your area. The block captains in our area would go to these meetings and know if there was a change coming down the pipeline. That's why you can hear this stuff on the news and people are like, what? Well, there was conversations going down on the local level before it got to the governor seeking to sign it into law. So people are just dropping their children off to these places, not seeing these crazed freaks that are now been put in position of authority as principals and all that in our community. Like I like to give the example that I gave when my son, I went to see my son's school. I'm like, well, hold up, who's this principal? I mean, this principal came down, she was a little on the stud side of things, and she was a little husky, pants and all that. And tell me, yeah, what's going on? I'm like, who you? I'm the principal. Listen, at that point, I understood. I'm like, listen, we got to figure this out, because you're not going to tell me something is wrong with my son. Okay. I'm like, we need Jesus up in here. So this is how this going to go down. You're going to have to tell me how we going to work this out, because you're going to tell me my son has a behavior problem. Folks, I'm sitting across her desk. I'm looking at the behavior problem. I'm like, husky sitting there, no neck sitting there, got a strap holding her breast in it so that she can come off like she got chest, like she got pecs or something. I'm like, listen, this is how this thing gonna roll out, okay? How are we gonna work this out? Well, we do have home schools. I'm like, well, roll it out. I was working at home. I can teach him at home, because when I seen this, and this was 2007, 2008, I'm seeing this. I'm like, who are they letting up being principals now? So we have to go up in these schools, find out what that teacher believes, because what you believe, if you was a teacher, guess what? That would rub off on the students. If you know the truth, you carry the truth with you. If you got somebody with LGBTQ and all these radicalized thoughts and all that and don't believe in God, believe me, whatever they believe in is what's influencing your children every day. We used to have meetings back then. We used to go in and see if there was teachers coming in. The teachers were from the neighborhood. We knew where they were from. So it's time for us to get more engaged. Man, I snatched my son out of there so quick and did homeschool. I'm like, no, I'm good. They were sending computers to my house, books to my house. I'm like, man, I should have done this a long time ago. We got, you got to get down on the political level. I remember parents used to go inside the school and sit down a day with the children without telling the teachers they were coming. Like, no, you got to find out because they're passing letting all types of weirdos up amongst our people intentionally. That's intentional what they're doing, folks. They're taking all the weirdos and putting them in public schools. I'm glad you brought that point up.
And check it. And I'm saying this, and like I'm just looking at the comments, right? Listen, doesn't matter what's going on in whatever area you are in. The responsibility lies with you, the parent, to make sure that your child's best interest is put forward. That responsibility is with the parent. Nobody else, the parent. So nobody should come to you and tell you what they think, right?
Yeah.
Is best for your child outside of your consent, outside of your approval.
Listen,
nobody has that right.
We tell them straight out. Listen, this is my child. My child, according to our religion, these are our core beliefs. We don't deal with any at all holidays. Yeah, right? Do not invite my child to that. We can find an alternative thing for my child to do at any time. Any assemblings when it comes to LGBTQ or anything outside of my moral line that's drawn by us in our home, our child cannot be a part of it. And guess what? This is no disrespect to you all. All right? But these are the rules that we have in our house. I don't want to have to, every time my child come, undo what y'all have done to destroy the mind of my child. Right? I'm going to tell you, arithmetic, reading, math, and arithmetic. Just give me that, a little history, whatever the case is. But folks, brothers and sisters, we have to get in front of this. Let me finish playing this real quick if y'all don't mind. There's more.
Also, an ongoing federal lawsuit over an Escondido School District privacy policy similar to the Safety Act. Now, as of right now, it's unclear how the new law will impact
freedom not to snitch. So why are we acquiescing to the vast minority of what concerning what their sensitivities are? When the majority of people aren't like that, why are we changing laws? That affects everyone.
Should be fired.
Folks, this is the governor of California.
If they should be a penalty man.
Hey, is he a sodomite? He looks, the way he sat down look not very masculine. What's going on here?
Oh, you talking about whether or not this is Charlie Kirk right here?
Yeah, is that the governor he's interviewing, right?
The governor, he's interviewing the governor.
Yeah, man, the governor sat down a bit. Look at the hand movement there. Look, not Charlie Kirk, and go walk over on the governor. The governor don't look very masculine to me. You
talking about here? Hold on, let me go back. You talking about? Do he got a little a soft situation?
Yeah, look.
Let's see if we can hone in on whether or not there's a little bit too much sugar.
Is that Gavin Newsom?
Sugar in the
just
tank.
did a quick Google.
Let's see where it's at.
He's married.
And it wasn't just fired for not.
The law was explicit, said you can't be fired for
they got
snitching on it.
You know they got the Bohemian Grove and everything else down there. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on over there in California. So I mean,
don't look right. Don't look right to that.
No, it don't look right.
Don't look right.
But hey,
not just and we don't have to.
Oh, but if someone was to call someone gay out of their name and the teacher witnessed that without reporting it, wouldn't that teacher get fired?
Covering a hate crime now, isn't it?
Yeah. I need y'all to think about this. So if the teacher was the witness what they would call homophobia, they ought to report that. But they don't report if a child, right? They don't tell the man. This is utterly crazy. This is what they're doing. Let me tell you, none of this is going down in the suburban schools. The parents won't allow it. So you have to. It's a shame. It's a shame that the poor are too poor to have regular people teach them. That's how bad it is, even though our tax money goes towards that. But the poor is too poor to have regular people teach them. Because in the white suburban areas, they're not going for that crap. They're like, no, we send you weird freaks with septum rings and all that. No, y'all go into the black neighborhood and turn those kids out.
You can't do that. You can't do that to white Christians.
No.
You're targeting black Christians, though, aren't you? You get me? You're in black communities, targeting people who are who go to church on a Sunday. It's foolishness. You get me? Where there's abuse, where there's a lot of instability. There's no fathers in the house. You get me? See, these are your target areas.
Yeah.
So you're putting these things into law where you cannot bypass parents altogether. You get me? And this is crazy. This is crazy that this is even a political thought that they're using this. This is what they're running a campaign election on or something like that. This is weird.
Man, you know what's bad about this? It's like now listen. That's why we live in a world right now where children grow up talking about the trauma they had to go through. They don't even allow these children to go through a childhood like I would. I can look back at my childhood and remember being a child fully protected and being able to take full advantage of the beauty of what childhood was. And these children go through trauma from the time they're in grade school, being taught by traumatized nut jobs who are strategically placed there to psychologically damage these children, to psychologically damage them. That's what's going on here. They are actually creating a whole generation of traumatized people. Yeah. And make it where the child can be a girl at school. But what? Don't tell your parents. Switch to your regular name or your other pronoun when you go home. Now you have a child dealing with a dual personality. And the reason I'm bringing this out is it's so important what the Most High is doing with I Am Royal School. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm going to be making a lot of announcements on. I can't thank the administration for our school all throughout the earth, for the brothers and sisters who are part of it. I can't thank them enough for this. This is a godsend because I'm going to tell you, we're dealing with a psychological assault on our children. Mm-hmm. Indirectly, this goes right back to us, and the synagogue of Satan knows it. That this is how they can indirectly destroy our children before they get an opportunity to stand in the spirit of who they are as God's people.
Wait, mad respect for you, abortion and same-sex.
We don't have to wrestle too much on this topic, but you guys will lose on these topics. And you might disagree, but like.
What happened there?
But explain why, because of your school district, you've had to lie to parents.
Well, a policy was rolled out to all teachers, and it required us to, when meeting and speaking with parents, to withhold critical information about their child's mental and emotional health, and specifically refer to that child by one set of names and pronouns in front of parents, and then during the school day, change to another name and another set of pronouns that parents were unaware of.
Right.
So basically, I was teaching this child to live a double life.
Man, oh man. So explain, and you've had a student or students in your class who this applies to. How did that make things challenging for you?
Well, it was tricky. It was confusing. A teacher is a very busy person. And in addition to my roster, I was supposed to memorize names and various unique pronouns for a number of students. This is becoming a fad, especially with young.
Man, I wish you would. They trying to get somebody damaged. They trying to get somebody to see that light. I'm telling you.
Girls, and empirical science has proven
Thank
that.
you, Will.
So I had no less than 7 girls that wanted different names than my roster, variety of interesting pronouns like they or zir and so forth. It's very difficult for me to remember that in a busy, hectic, moving environment.
Right, no kidding. And then I would imagine you would get in trouble if you didn't use the right pronoun that they wanted, and it would just simply be by accident. The governor's office did put out a statement. It said, federal law is clear that the governor is not a proper party in this case, and we will be moving to have the governor dismissed in short order. But it sounds like, Paul, the judge ordered the AG and the governor in on this case as well, right?
The court, the court ordered them to be named as defendants. The school district pointed to the state and said, the state is the source of this policy. And we've had the governor and the attorney general sort of defying the court's order from a distance, and now they're roped in directly under the court's jurisdiction.
And Paul, ultimately, you guys are involved because this is a chance to once and for all end this kind of policy.
Go ahead. What you saying?
Are they saying what they're doing is illegal?
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy. It's illegal. They said the governor they define the judge's orders. It's illegal. You cannot put this thing in place. It's an illegal move.
Let Babylon, the tower is falling. I'm gonna tell you, they are dismantling everything. They're dismantling everything. I'm telling you what they're doing. They brought in all these people to destroy culture, so there's no defined, cohesive culture like we grew up with. Bill Cosby, the Huxtables, right? I forgot the school thing, the spinoff from the Huxtables, right? The Waltons. All of it, the wholesomeness that we learned under one particular traditional culture, Christian culture, has been totally dismantled. It's intentional. There's a cataclysm of all these different cultures and religions at the same time. And while that's going on, with this cataclysm, they're coming after traumatizing the children, so there's no future. Hey, they just sold off Warner Brothers. So all of the property concerning the history of our people here in the United States have been totally dismantled and torn apart and thrown away. That's why I actually titled this, the Tower of Babylon is crumbling. I'm gonna tell you, and this is why it's happening, elders. It's happening because if they can't control it once getting exposed, they'll just dismantle and blow the whole thing up. It's the synagogue of Satan behind all of this. Don't forget the Pastor Louis, who came on and told us that he was a pastor and he wanted to help the community, being grown up in North Philadelphia for the longest. And he wanted to go into politics from a city council standpoint, knowing the community we've grown up under. And he said, well, this Jew guy came to him that works, this lobbyist, and said, well, listen, if you can co-sign for LGBTQ gender transition in the public schools, you got the position. But if you don't sign this, then we have another guy we're going to bring in and he'll have the position. They flew in a guy from Houston who's gay, moved him into Philadelphia, and he has that position that should have been given to a pastor who wanted to help the community. So the whole thing is, if there's no control, if they lose control, they'd rather pull the plug on the whole thing. You better watch out for your children, watch out for the medications, watch out for everything, because they're going to dismantle everything. They even sold all of the cultural product that came with our people who made Warner Brothers. They just bid it. They just auctioned off Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers is attached to a lot of the cultural, artistic value we brought to the United States. They just dismantled it. I'm going to tell you, it's about tearing the whole thing down if they can't control it. That's what we're witnessing here. But it's okay. We just have to take care of our own. Okay, that's where it's going.
Absolutely. The court already issued a groundbreaking preliminary injunction ruling last September, essentially blocking the policy under the First Amendment and also holding that it violates parents' rights. So I think the governor and the attorney general know exactly what's at stake.
Hey, didn't I tell y'all where this is going years ago, Shapat? Remember the law that we discussed in the academy a while back that was changed after Sandy Hook? The law, if there's an emergency happens.
Right, the lockdown in the school.
The lockdowns in the schools where they don't have to tell the parents or anything.
Right.
And they can transfer the children to an undisclosed location to tell the parents where the children are later.
Right, at a later point.
At a later point. That was signed after Sandy Hook under this legislation that no one knew about. So what's really going on? Transitioning children, not telling the parents, and then if something happens, they can move the children without what? The parents' permission. In the event of an act.
You see, Elder, right? Check this out as well. This just coming to my thought as well, right?
Yeah.
When you look at communities like within the UK, like you have the Muslim community, the Jewish community, Chinese, Koreans, all of these people. All of them people have their children in their schools. The people that relying on government and the others to educate their children is us. Our children in these public schools. Our children are the ones that are gonna get kidnapped when a false flag happens.
Yeah.
That's kidnapped. If you take my child without telling me somewhere to an undisclosed location, that is kidnap.
Yeah.
That's the definition of kidnap.
Yeah.
You with me? So it's like you said, we have to really start looking at looking for us, looking out for us. Yo, we have to really build our schools in our communities that we have total control over as to who teaching it, the topics being taught. You with me? Yeah. The God that is being taught in these schools, not just the arithmetic, but the God that is being taught in these schools.
Yeah.
Because that's why the Muslims have their own schools, because they can teach Allah or whoever they want to teach.
Yeah.
The Chinese can teach Buddha. The Indians them can teach about the cow or the elephant or whatever them teach about. Yeah. We have to set up our schools that our education, our God is being taught first and foremost in our school. Because if this is what they're putting into the legislation, that's kidnap. They're looking, anything can happen. Listen, anything. A madman can run into a building and they say, oh, we have an emergency, and they kidnap your children to an undisclosed location.
Yeah.
And then them say, oh, okay, because of safety protocol, to keep everybody safe, we have to administer a drug to the children.
And then on top of that, they're doing this transition gap and all that. You don't know what they're doing, taking a kid to some other place, right?
Exactly. And who taking the child there? I'm watching British television, right? Some game show thing with some guy on it, straight sodomite. And you ask him his profession, I'm a nanny. What? How the hell did you end up being a nanny? How? Who allowed that? And why is it that all of these people who hate reproduction, because if you did want to reproduce and have a child, you would do it. So the fact that you have chosen a lifestyle outside of that is letting me know that you hate children. So why are you putting yourself in these jobs with children?
Good point.
Why are you putting yourself in a job to work in school? I had a teacher, and I was talking about this in Sabbath Gone. I had a teacher when I was growing up. She had no children, and she was like one of the most. The only thing she was missing, right? When I look back at it now, is a broom. That's the only thing she's missing. Okay, and let me tell you, she was evil to the point that I thought it was me. I thought I was the problem. Promise you. So when I took my daughter to enroll her in that school, the teacher who was teaching me in the second grade said to me, listen, I won't treat her like how that teacher treated you. And it rung a bell in me right there. I'm like, so, okay, so you guys knew she was treating me off. She had no children. She's wicked. So these people who don't want children, and sorry, and please forgive me, I'm not saying that people who don't have children are wicked enough. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying these people deliberately choose a lifestyle of not to have children. 2 men can't make life. 2 women can't make life. It's not happening. So if you choose that lifestyle, that means you choose not to replenish as the Most High commanded you to. But yet still you would find yourself in these schools, in these areas that directly affect the children. You got this governor here right now that looks soft like sugar, right? Out there, right? Looking, we need to do a law right now where the children, where we can, where the don't have to report to the parents.
Yeah, don't snitch to the parents.
Don't snitch to the parents.
That your boy is wearing a dress while at school.
What is this craziness? What am I hearing?
A governor.
This is foolishness.
And
this is and these people do not, like the Bible tells you, man. The Bible tells you these are despisers of God.
Yeah.
They despise the image of God. Romans 1:20.
They want to corrupt the children. They're there to corrupt the children.
Yes, that's the whole purpose here, is to corrupt the children, is to get into the minds of the future to come. Is to corrupt the children's minds, to corrupt them from now, to traumatize them, to allow them to be opened up as vessels to your demons. Them.
Well, let me pull this up. I might as well pull this up real quick, and I'll bring you back. Right now, with the limited students we have, about 300 something odd students, it's costing the church. It's costing us right now $10,000 a month just to teach the children we have. And it's nonprofit, faith-based online school. And we're doing this out of our own pocket, right? But we want to be able to sustain this. So we didn't want to put any stress on the parents. The parents are going through enough, right? But eventually we're going to have them donate something to put in the pot, because we're sustaining a pilot program to see how it's going. But it's going so good that there's no way we can stop this. The children are learning on the next level, and they're learning by those who understand the truth. There's prayer involved. And I mean, this is a godsend, actually. A faith-based online school program, right? So What I want brothers and sisters to do to go to Gathering of Christ Academy, I'm going to place this in the chat. And go and check it out. The children, a matter of fact, I'm going to have some testimonies I'm going to put up on how well the children are doing. Right? For parents and for volunteers. For parents, this is what it is for the parents. A form for them. And the volunteers who would like to assist if you have educational background as far as the credentials for it. And we have reputable teachers, principals, administrators who are working around the clock, who have made this a serious school. It's on a level. All right. So you go here, you hit donate. Once you hit donate, donate now. And what you do down here, see the first thing you see down at the bottom, that's how much we care about our children first. The first thing you see on the drop down is I Am Royal Academy. If you can put in $1 or anything to donate, to bring that number down, because it's exhausting us not charging the children. Not charging the parents for this. It's a free school. But in order to expand this beyond the numbers we have, we really have to make sure that at least the bottom line is covered. All right. It's costing us $10,000 a month. We ain't charging the parents nothing. And the church, we've been putting out the money. Okay. So if y'all can go here and put money, let me tell you, we promise you this money, when you put money in a certain category, it's not touched. It's only used for what you put it for. Okay. So for those who can support this work, that would be a blessing. It'll go towards expanding it beyond the students we have. But right now, just with everything involved in this school, it's so intricate. It's costing us $10,000 a month just to teach our children.
And Elder, I was just asked, this is international, isn't it?
International, no matter where you are.
Just put that for me, Elder, because someone from Jamaica asked me, how can Jamaicans take advantage of it?
It is international, and where you're from, when in the meetings with the administrator, we'll show you how to get your SATs done for your child in that specific area. So it's international. But, you would still have to understand what's required from the SAT side for your child if your child is homeschooled. Okay? So, of course, go there, have that meeting with our administrators, and we'll let you know what you would need to do to be a part of it. But again, for those who like to donate, $10,000 a month is what we're paying right now. And we're not charging the parents nothing. You want to talk about what the Gathering of Christ Church is doing? Through the Spirit of the Almighty? We're doing what we can to combat this evil system that's seeking to actually destroy and soil our children.
And, am I on mute? I'm good. The church is running. Excuse me. The school is running. We're not, going for decades talking about we're opening the school.
Oh my goodness.
The school is live.
You're talking about the conscious community talking about we got a school. The Prince of Pan Pizza. Anyway.
Plural.
I beg your pardon.
Don't get me started. I said, don't get me started on this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't get me started, man. This sodomite agenda and the children, got me rattled. You get me rattled. You get me on levels, man, because it's disgusting. It's sad. And this is something I was saying in the class on Sabbath, right? Israel, listen. We have the ability, the capabilities, the intellect, everything that you can think about. The Most has given to us for us to build, for us to come out of the rat race, the struggle, the curses. We have the ability to do it.
Yeah.
You understand me? The kingdom cometh not by observation. We cannot sit back and expect to have a kingdom without putting our hands to the plow and putting in our efforts into, it's not going to happen. You get me? And I think that, like I said, it's that our responsibility to our children, our responsibility first and foremost to our God, to our families, to our nation. We have to take it seriously. Yeah. And if we don't take it seriously, if we don't take it up in arms, like, listen, this is a good effort. If brothers and sisters came together administratively to put together a school for our children, we should support it to the fullest, and we should encourage others to join it and be a part of it and take them children out of foolishness. We should encourage it.
Yeah.
Listen, we have to get our families, our children, out of the mockery, out of these schools that is teaching them madness. Worse again, if our excuses, something, the job, the work, the everything is getting me down. At least put your children in a place where people are not going to abuse them. Then, you understand me?
Exactly.
Put them there, get them into that, get them into a school that they can, at least they're learning about God.
Yeah.
At least you know that. And at least you're not gonna hear, you need to get vaccinated to come in for next semester. Or if the school fee is not paid, you won't be able to attend. Now, man, this is voluntary work, but the people them doing it need to sustain. We have to be behind it.
Yeah. The only requirement is to get behind your children and make sure you're engaged with the upward progression of your child. That's the only thing required. You don't have to go to the doctor and all this other stuff. That's ridiculous. Have a health, what they call a medical procedure done before you can actually come to school to learn. It's crazy. But anyway, Gocc, let me finish. Let me finish this one. Then I gotta end it with that madness that Israel is in Africa garbage. One second. Let me finish playing here.
For whatever reason, this has been a top priority for the state of California, and enforcing these gender secrecy policies, and this case presents the best opportunity to sort of undo that in California and throughout the country.
Right. So they're doing this right up under our noses, folks. During the holiday season, there's always something weird going on, but people are so busy with the shopping and all that. This is when government comes in and bring in crazy policies like this. Right? So it's our position as watchmen to put it there before you and let you know that, hey, they're coming after the children. Right? They've lost this generation, and understand they know that we're not listening no more. This generation isn't listening. So eventually it's going to be about snatching children. Whether they try to claim for whatever reason that the child should not be under your care, that's where it's going, so they can be up into this garbage they're pushing right now. They're going to do everything to begin to separate the children from the parents. How to do this? Well, if they set up the SNAP benefits and all that and start taking stuff away where you can't even provide for your child, now they can call in CPS to say, well, we're there to at least make sure the children can eat. Right? So if they take everything away where you don't have the housing or nothing, your child becomes a ward of the state. That's how they looking to train the next generation without the parents' influence. Folks, that's the new world order we're going into. So I wanted to put it out there. We need to be on top of this. Right? Land, food, all of that, folks, we're working it. We're working it. Land, food, you name it. Provisions, grain, you name it. We're not just learning the truth and teaching the truth. We're preparing for what comes next. Why have the truth and don't prepare without preparing? That's a fool. So also, our children are going to need an alternative for learning. They need an alternative place to learn. Right? And hey, we're going to do it. We're doing it. All praises be to the Most High. Support the work. Now, one other thing, real quick. And I'm not going to spend too much time before opening up the line. There's a brother out there who put my picture up next to his talking about a debate with Elder Ricard. Really don't know this guy. And that's fraud in of itself. Putting my face up there to try to do what? To try to bait people, fake bait people into clicking on your channel, thinking they're going to see a debate. That's a lie. By putting that up there, knowing that there is no debate. But people use my face to clout chase. That's what they use my face for. Okay? I'm not into no mess with no debating some foolishness about Israel being in Africa. That is foolishness. You can only teach that madness to people who never have gone anywhere. Okay? There's too much history. There's too much history on that side of the earth. I was on that side of the earth. Now, the only thing that I've known about this brother who's trying to, I would say, clout chase for some recognition. I guess after the Kyrie Irving thing gave him a little recognition, that thing that ran out of steam. And now he wants to pull me into something I have nothing to do with him. I don't have time to debate no foolishness. Like a whole country was picked up and placed somewhere else. That's idiocy. Let me say that. The only thing I knew about this brother initially is that I reached out in probably May or something to the brother because I seen him on the Jesuit channel speaking against an Israelite brother, Nathaniel, IUIC. With agents, with Jesuits. So I had Shawan reach out to him just to have a good conversation and say, listen, brother, you may disagree with the brother, but it's not a good look to sit down with agents against your own brothers. Whether you agree with them or not, it's not a good look. Especially if you're going to sell books or whatever. What Hebrew is going to buy what you're selling and you're sitting with the enemy? So I'm having a man conversation with him. For respect. I may not agree with IUIC or other groups, but I'm not going to sit with the enemy and speak against my own brother. And I showed him proof that these guys are agents. Like, don't be sitting down with the enemy against your own brother. Even if those Jesuits don't care about you. The only thing they care about is you tearing your own brother down. That's the conversation I had with him privately. And it would have stayed private. Okay, let me make it clear. In the midst of that conversation, he asked me, is that all I want to talk about? I'm like, yeah, what else should I talk about? I mean, I don't know this guy. Then he started coming off with this, who's the Canaanites, and Israel is in Africa. And I'm thinking in my mind, this brother barking up the wrong tree. Okay, all the areas of the Middle East and all that, I've been there. So you can only sell that to Americans who haven't traveled anywhere. So I'm looking at this guy like something, it don't go all the way upstairs. If you're going to tell me that Israel is in Africa. But in respect to him, I said, you know what? He says, well, Nate has a big following. A lot of people listen to y'all. And the Most High showed him this. And it's groundbreaking. And we should deliver this to the people because we're responsible for so many people. So I said, listen, brother, I'll look into it. And I was honest with it. I'm like, if you got something, he gave me a web page and he said that it may take some hours. And I told him, if it take you hours to prove this, then that's a problem. Because it'll take me 3 minutes to show you that Israel is where God said it would be from the beginning. It'll take me less than 3 minutes to do that. But being honest, I said I'll look into it. I looked into it. 2 days later, I had Shawan reach out to him. Twice. Crickets, nothing. He didn't respond back. Because I don't know why, but I would have dealt with it privately at that time. I'm not going to debate no foolishness like that. That's foolishness. Okay, it don't take no hours to figure that out. But then later on down the line, a few months later, I found out there was a website. And on this website, they're telling people to donate money for Israel and Africa to get someone to contact you concerning the land. I didn't know it was attached to him, but I put it out there that there's a grift going on. Now that Africa, the Wakanda thing with Africa and Pan-Africanism isn't working, there's a new grift. A new African grift saying that Israel is in Africa. Okay? That's a grift. Why? Because when they live in these countries, these third world countries, there's no upward mobility financially that they can do in those countries. So they have to find a way to engage Americans to get money that's worth something so that they can survive in these third world countries. That's what that is about. And I'll put it out there. Okay? I'm not debating nothing. We got a church to run. Okay? So when someone use my face for something, to say a debate, and you click on it and there's no debate, then you know you're dealing with a liar.
Yeah, man, someone just put it there right away. It was a 6-hour stream for 2 days talking about some debate with you.
Oh, what?
It was a 6-hour stream over 2 days talking about a debate.
Now,
GOCC.
Listen.
You know what, man? You know what? It caught me as well because I clicked on it. I'm like, yo, what the hell? And
Well,
then when I heard this African Israel stuff, I'm like, nah, man.
It's just some brothers sitting around talking to each other. I don't got no time for that madness. But I just wanted to put it out there so that people, clickbait is what they call it. So people understand that many people use my image to get recognized. Okay? Instead of doing the work of Christ and doing what they need to do on their own laurels, they need other people to be seen. All right? So I wish the brother Godspeed. I wish him well. All right? That's all I can say. I don't want to call him. I don't want to talk to him. If he want to sit down with the Jesuits, I'd rather him sit down with the Jesuits so we'll understand who the enemies are going forward. Okay? I understand why he was sitting with the Jesuits now. Now, just so that people can understand, and real quick, 1 second. Even though I don't really have to do this, I just want to show y'all something real quick. What do we have here? We have a map from 1200 to 1050 BC, where this map is the ancient map overlaid by the current modern Israel's map. A UN map overlaid to show the 12 tribes of Israel. And as you all can see, this is why that brother need to get in a class and learn something. As you can see, here are the 12 tribes right here. You got Lebanon there. You got Gaza Strip here. You got Egypt here. You got Mediterranean Sea. All of this geography can be found in the Bible. You got Jordan here, and you got the tongue of the Egyptian Sea down here. This is geography. That's why the Bible says avoid foolish and unlearned questions. You mean to tell me he's going to make you believe that the Most High, that this has been picked up and been placed in Africa somewhere, that only he know where the promised land is? I'm like, who are you? Who is he convincing with this mess? On top of this, in the academy, you need to get in the academy. In the academy, we show the Wailing Wall was a part of an actual, folks. It was an actual tower that was built as a fort for Vespasian and Titus men to come against Jerusalem. That's parts of the Wailing Wall. Also, there's history of when the ancient Roman empires renamed, and I know you're going to talk about that, Gocc, Syria. Why do you think they're battling Syria right now? Because Syria was a part of Israel. So, brothers and sisters, this is not about him. This is about you. Stop falling for all these cons out here who's playing on your ignorance because you haven't been anywhere. This ain't about him and I. I don't know this guy. I was doing this brother a solid, reaching out to him like a man, saying it doesn't look good with you sitting with an enemy talking against your own brother. That was a man conversation I was having with him. Okay? So, but this Israel and Africa thing, it's trash. Now, if y'all want to just support it because y'all think the brother's doing something, I don't care. But know that it's a lie. Here you go right here. Here's a 12 tribes of Israel map overlaid with the modern maps today. It don't take me 3 hours. What do I need a 3-hour debate to see geography? Places where I've been. I've been at the tongue of Hurghada. I've been in Sharm el-Sheikh. I've been through the Suez Canal. So what is this guy talking about? He's preying on people in America who haven't been anywhere. And that's his money lifeline. So I'm done with it. There's no debate. I don't want to speak to the brother. I could care less. Don't use my face for clickbait and try to claim it's a debate. Everybody went there. Then I hear some people calling me talking about, hey, Elder, there was a debate. I got no time for this madness. Go ahead, Elder. I'm done with it.
I was gonna bring in that point on Adrian, Roman Emperor Adrian, in 132 to 135 AD, changed the name, the land of Judea, right? The land that they call Palestine now, that was known as the land of Judea. They changed the name and call it Palestina as a link to the Philistine, knowing that the Israelites were fighting the Philistines. They did that. Not only that, biblical evidence. Luke 21 and 20 says this. And this is Christ speaking. And when you shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is near. So my question would be to anybody telling me that Israel is in Africa, is like, yo, when did the Roman army go down sub-Saharan Africa and surrounded any territory? Give me that. Give me the history on that. End up. The scriptures debunk it immediately. It doesn't make any sense. The landmass of Israel that you see right now, Israel is the center point of the earth. It's in the middle. North of it is Russia. To the west of it is America and the rest of Europe. To the east of it is Asia. To the south of it is Africa. It's a trade zone.
Yeah.
Right? That is why they're fighting for power within that region. That's why they're going after Iran, Iraq, Syria, all them areas they're going after it. Because whoever controls that area controls the earth.
Yeah. So the whole thing is, it's just people clickbaiting, using, and guess what? I'm used to it. There's no, people know me, there's no sweat off my back. I'm not going to lose any sleep. I'm more concerned with the stumbling block that comes with people seeing my face associated with something that I have nothing to do with and may get dissuaded off of the path. I'm more concerned about that. To me, listen, I brush off so much stuff. Listen, we have work to do. And again, there's a simple conversation that anyone can have with a person, moving him to the side, who would claim that Israel is somewhere else. Well, you have to flip it. Listen, I'm not going to go back and forth with you. You're saying Israel is somewhere else. What's that modern day country? Go. Obviously, there's something in your mind that's telling you that it's someplace else. Give me that country. And you know what? They'll start talking around, misdirecting, asking you questions. Oh, do you want to go to the book of Leviticus? No. Give me the modern day country where Israel is. And 9 times out of 10 is where he's sitting his behind trying to get some money to have you come to where he is. Of course it's the promised land. I'm here. Let me tell you. And listen, one thing about Amalek, the Jews, if the Holy Land was where this guy said it was, that's where the Jews would be right now. You think they trying to find a bootleg homeland? Again, you're barking up the wrong tree, sir. I was just trying to help you out. It was a bad look, you going to sit with the enemy to talk about another brother. And another brother who actually has works. Okay? So you can say what you want. I don't agree with the doctrine of IUIC, but you have to respect a man's work who's doing the Lord's work and is trying to help his sheep. So I was letting the brother know that's not a good look to sit with the enemy. If you got a problem with your brother, go to your brother. Right? So.
Hey. That's it. That's it on that.
That's it.
Yeah.
And guess what?
It,
you'll never hear about any of that ever again. I'm done with it. Okay, because let me tell you, something can happen to you when you entertain foolishness and start thinking about it as if it's real. That's why the Bible says avoid what? Foolish and unlearned questions. It's foolish for anybody to think Israel is any other place than where God put it. Okay? And I know where that is. And you all know where it is.
Am I beating a dead horse here by reading another scripture or leave it alone?
Go ahead, read it.
I'm falling asleep. Joel 3:6, right? I don't know if you want to pull it up too, but I'll read it real quick. The children also of Judah and the children of Jerusalem have you sold unto the Grecians, that you might remove them far from their border. Are not the dispersed of Israel in South Africa also, whether they know it or not? How are they still in the land of Israel if South Africa is Israel?
Hey, like I
South
said.
Africa supposed to, hey, hold up. Sorry. I missed that. South Africa is supposed to be Israel?
Yeah, brother. No, hey, listen, I told you it's foolishness. The map really is flipped upside down, really. That's what's going on.
Yeah,
north is south and south is north.
Yeah, up is down, down is up, bro. I shouldn't laugh, but you know. Anyway.
Man, listen. Sometimes I'll be trying to reach out.
Into digression.
Listen, sometimes I'll be trying to reach out to do a solid for people. Man, the next time I see somebody on an enemy broadcast who ain't even looking into the history of these people, I'm just going to assume that they are a part of that outfit. That's what I'm gonna look at them. Somebody sent it to me and say, "Hey, this is the brother that did the documentary that Kyrie Irving mentioned." Kyrie Irving didn't even see the documentary. So I thought, well, okay, let me reach out to the brother and say it's not a good look because apologetics isn't going to buy his stuff if he do some history or some books. Right? It's going to be Hebrews who would support him. So I say, brother, hey, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. Don't be talking about brothers on an enemy's platform. It doesn't look good. But now I realize, it is what it is. I'm going to let things go from now on and just let, we're just going to let dead men lie. Just let dead men lie. That's it. Lies. Let's just let it be. All right. All right. Real quick, we're going to open it up for a few seconds for those who would like to call in or text. It's up to you if y'all would like to stay up, but I'm going to take a few phone calls or text 445.
I got nothing else.
Huh?
I said I got nothing else to do right now. It's
okay, all right, stick around.
Where I'm at.
Yeah.
And I'm not celebrating none of this foolishness. You get me?
Oh yeah, well since we're on, you about to get out, Shapat?
I'm gonna bow out after the Africa Israel thing.
All right, brother. All right, brother.
What's that about?
I'm tired.
All right, get some rest, man.
Okay, go on then.
But before you bow out, let me just put it out there. Here's the image. Cesar Borgia, early life, 1476, 1495. This is the man, Cesar Borgia, that they put up to be Presto Magic, the new Jesus Christ. There you go. It was prophesied in Wisdom of Solomon 14 that they would bring this criminal's face over here to the New World and to worship this demon as a god who was merely a man back in his decrepit homeland. Okay? This is the white conqueror that's being worshipped in our modern time as Presto Magic, the new Jesus Christ. They use this criminal's image to pose for the portraits that we see now, the Renaissance portraits, to give the image or visage of the Son of God. They used him. By using this false demonic Christian image, it allowed white Jews to stand who don't even believe in Christ. Stand as God's people based on the fact that Christians believe that Christ was a white man. So even though Jewish people don't believe in Christ, they still uphold this image because what? It gives them credibility as the chosen people. Merry Christmas. Right. There you go.
All right.
That's our quick tidbit. Right? And for those who don't know, what I can do for my brothers and sisters, where are you? In the chat. I always like giving out little tidbits. Here's the link for that particular tidbit. And as you can see, it's globalsecurity.org. Why? Because this is speaking of not just geopolitics, but also military, strategic military is what this loser was all about, how to take out his enemies. So the same way they use military operations, well, guess what? This is also a military operation. It's called a PSYOP, a psychological operation. The farce that have gone on too long. And I thank the Most High sisters like Candace Owens is exposing the synagogue of Satan. Happy Hanukkah. Now, it's up to you, Shapat. You can get some rest, but I'm going to open up through a few lines because, I mean, see what people are saying here. Someone says Gocc is hilarious. Thank y'all, brothers, for coming on.
All right, shalom.
All right, brother, I care for you. Bless you.
Shalom, shalom.
All right, Gocc, you going to help me close this out?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Someone says, Shalom, Elder. Marah is here. Check out the rollout of UBI in Chicago. I will. 445-888-2759. 888-2759. I'm gonna tell you, man. You know, I be trying to. I'm trying to keep myself, you know, out of, you know, I've been really trying to curtail that abrasiveness sometime I can bring when necessary. But I mean, these guys, they be calling me into the ring. And I'm like, y'all don't know this is the calm down Ricochet here. Sometimes I don't know.
Sometimes you have to just, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
I'm just saying. It be everything in me to try to say, you know what? You take my kindness for weakness. I'm like, you know what? I'll tell you what. Let's go into the dojo.
Go.
I be bracing myself. I'm like, Lord, if I say this, I don't know if I'll be able to take it back. So I just hold tight a little bit with it. Let me tell you, I've been having restraint for a few years now. Serious restraint. But anyway, like, tell me he wanted a 3 hour debate. If it take you 3 hours to figure out what something is, you lost. Okay? How about that?
Lunatic, man. You get me? What you mean? Why do I need? Why? Okay, check it. Why 3? Why do I need 3? Why do I need to sit down with you for 3 hours for you to explain to me where, how, and why? Something is wrong. If you have to take 3 hours to explain and bring that point across, yo, where is the place?
Elder Gocc, I just dropped it. If someone tell me, if you're looking for directions, and I ask somebody, bro, can you show me where to go? Yeah. Give me 3 hours.
Give me 3 hours, yep. Yep.
That means you're lost, okay?
It's a madman behavior.
But this is what I find out, and there's scriptures on this too. It's not really about the discussion more so than it's about someone seeking to be recognized. It's not even really about the discussion. Sometimes people need other people for recognition, and it's a shame. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to give you all 5 minutes before we break down. right? 445-888-2759 if you'd like to come in. If you have any questions. For those who don't know, real quick, another tidbit. That yes, a lot of people don't understand why Asians come to America to celebrate Christmas too. Is because there's also what? There's also examples of the same deities worshipped in their particular areas. That's why if you get a Hindu, they'll celebrate Christmas, a Buddhist. Because why? Yeah. They worship the virgin son, the virgin woman with child for thousands of years before Christ, as it was in ancient Babylon. So when they come to America, they celebrate Christmas too. All right? The mother and child, this is from the two Babylons, the original of the child. All right? And for those who don't know, and I can prove it, Joseph is Christ's and was Christ's biological father. Yes. Yes, yes. Mary was a virgin. But you have to realize there's more than one definition of virgin. And I can prove everything I tell you. When you deal with the virgin child, mother and child, you're dealing with Semiramis, Tammuz, and Nimrod. The pagan triune of Babylon. Okay? So that's another thing. Another reason why they're bringing the replacements to America and others. The Israelites are finding out that we're the chosen people coming to the knowledge of the truth and putting down the lies that they taught us in slavery. So they're bringing in the replacements who will come over and willfully, gladly worship the satanic gods and goddesses of ancient Babylon. See, they need to get that. They need to get that power, that continual power going, that spirit of Christmas going amongst the pagans. So if our people are leaving the churches, they're bringing in more to refuel their satanic base here in the Western world. All right. So it tell you right now. Let me read it real quick. Some more tidbits. All right. The Trinity was universal in all ancient nations of the world, proving how deep-rooted in the human race was the primeval doctrine on this subject, which comes out so distinctly in Genesis. When we look at the symbols in the twin figure of Laird already referred to, and minutely examine them, they are very instructive. Laird regards the circle in that figure as signifying time without bonds. It says, but the hieroglyphic meaning of the circles is evidently different. Listen, a circle in Chaldee was 0, and 0 also signified the seed. Therefore, according to the genius of the mystic system of Chaldea, which was to a large extent founded of double meanings, that which to eyes of men in general was only 0. A circle was understood, the initiated, to signify 0, the seed. Now viewed in the light of triune, emblem of the supreme Assyrian divinity, shows clearly what had been original patriarchal faith. First there is the head of the old man, next there is the 0 or circle, the seed, and lastly the wings and tail of the bird or dove, showing, though blasphemy, the unity of Father, seed, or Son. So it's showing you the difference between the Godhead of the Bible and or the Babylonian Trinity, which is being worshiped Christmas Eve going into Christmas, right? Then it says, let me go straight down here. While this had been the original way in which pagan idolatry had represented the triune God, And though this kind of representation had survived to Sennacherib's time, yet there is evidence that it is very early period, an important change in taking place in Babylonian notions in regard of divinity, and that the three persons have become to be the eternal Father, Spirit of God incarnate in human mother, and a divine Son, the fruit of that incarnation. And then it shows you what? Ancient Babylon, mother, child. Ancient India, mother, child. This is really the Trinity they're teaching in the Christian church. Okay? The first person of the Hindu triad and the religion of Hindustan, India, is called by his name, yet he never worshiped, and there is scarcely a single temple in all of India. So there's a mother of India with child, and this is why when they come to America, they celebrate Christmas, but they're doing it in the name of that goddess, the Virgin Mother. Okay? The Babylonians in their popular religion supremely worshiped a goddess mother and a son, and was represented in pictures and images as an infant or child in his mother's arm. From Babylon, the worship of mother and the child spread to the ends of the earth. In Egypt, mother and child were worshipped under the names of Isis and Osiris. In India, even to this day, as Isa in Iswara. In Asia, Sybil and Dios. In pagan Rome, Fortuna and Jupiter pure. Jupiter the boy. That's where you get the word Yuletide from. The Yule child for Christmas. Greece as Ceres, the great mother, with the babe at her breast. Or as Irene, the goddess. Then you go here with the boy Plutus in her arms. And even in Tibet and China and Japan. Listen to this. Who went there to bring all of these pagans together to worship the Queen Mother, Mary, at the Vatican? The Jesuit missionaries were astonished. These are apologetics, folks. To find the counterpart of Madonna and her child as devoutly worshipped as in Papal Rome itself. Xingmu, the Holy Mother in China, being represented with a child in her arms and a glory around her, exactly as if a Roman Catholic artist had been employed to set her up. The original of that mother, so widely worshipped there, is a reason to believe was Semiramis. So that's who Christmas Eve, that's who's being worshipped by the elite, the secret elite. Tonight. They go all the way back with ancient science to worship her and fool Christians into thinking that it's Mary. Okay? Now, why am I going into this? We're in so-called Christmas Eve. It's a lie. It's a lie. This day and the following have nothing to do with Christ or Mary or God or our people at all. Now I'm going to show you what the conscious community did. They was able to fool Christians by showing the ancient stories of a virgin child and mother who predated Christ. And that shook the faith of a lot of Christians, because they thought that the virgin birth was some new thing with their Mary and Jesus. So why were the conscious community, why were they able to do that? because the Christian church lied to us in the beginning. And they'll try to claim that the Bible is plagiarized from ancient Egypt. No, ain't no plagiarism, because the virgin birth you teach, the Bible speaks against. Ain't no plagiarism. Oh yeah, that plagiarized the virgin birth. No, it wasn't no plagiarized. The Catholic Church took up the same worships of the ancient Babylonians when it comes to the Virgin Mother and child, and switched the names to Jesus and Mary. They ain't no plagiarize it. That's lying. So because Christians believed in the virgin birth, then now the conscious community can say, well, we had one before yours to prove that you stole ancient Kemet's religion. See how that works? But if you know the truth, the Bible condemned the Queen Mother of Heaven in Jeremiah. Someone asked me, Elder, I'm not quite sure, but I think I know. I assume to know when you're saying Israel is not in Africa. Let me make it clear. A lot of people don't know that Africa in of itself is a new geography rename of an historic area. So when I say not in Africa, if we want to look at the new lines concerning of how the Europeans renamed that area, Israel, I'm speaking of the Israel of the Bible, would be considered a part of North Africa when it comes to, because Canaanites were what was geographically North Africa. Okay? But when we went into Canaan, that area was turned to Israel. All right? So when you look at it from that standpoint, the northern parts of Africa that was renamed North Africa later in our modern time, that area is Israel. Okay? But you had this guy saying that it's flipped, that it's in South Africa. Okay? There's many countries. You have Egypt, that's North Africa. Ethiopia, North Africa. See? Libya, North Africa. Okay, so what I'm saying is it's Africa, or the landmass of Africa, South Africa, is not where they're claiming it is not Jerusalem, is not the homeland, is what we're mentioning. All right? It's the northern tip of Africa, exactly. And guess what? And this is why I don't make a big deal out of it. It's because Christ is going to guide us into the Holy Land anyway. We're not to go into that land within those borders until Christ destroy the enemy and guide us back into it. So that's why the conversation is a non sequitur anyway. Okay? All right. I'm about to lay down. Oh yeah, I'm about to lay down to get ready for tomorrow. I'm going to finally probably go see my brother tomorrow. Hold on. One second. Messages. inbox. Start with you. All right. Someone asked, this is Marcus from the St. Louis body. What's the update for our family in Jamaica? How are they now? Great question, Gocc. What's going on? Because I know you visited Jamaica a couple of weeks ago. What's the update?
Oh boy. Good question, man. On the west side of Jamaica, they're not doing that well. They're trying to get back to normalcy. But you know, we in contact with those of the body. Everyone's there. Everyone there within the body is okay. We're trying to assist as much and as best as possible. We went out, we did some street sweeping, and you know, they gave out some packages, some food packages, and so on. You with me? But I was saying to them that Jamaica going to need, like I'm telling everybody I know over there, whether in the church or out, we need to start growing our own food, because there is going to be a food shortage based on the hurricane. What else? They you know, and I put this out. I put this out with care, right? With care in what I'm saying. I believe, my opinion right now, I believe that strategically, the forces that be, the powers that be, are allowing certain things to happen on the island, i.e., disease breakout, you know, cholera. There's no reports of cholera, by the way, but everything that is allowed to happen is lead to that. The dead animals, you know, in the water table, and so on and so forth. So, you know, when like I saw it, it's very disheartening. When we were coming, when we went down to the west side of the island, right? What they said the hurricane came from the south. We saw steel beams bending southward. So it was kind of confusing, saying how is it that the wind is coming from the south, but yet still the beams are bending southward. They should be bending north, because that's the way that the storm traveled. So I think personally, it was more than just a storm. I think it was a weapon, a weather weapon. I think that it was tornadoes and all of these things that was involved with Jamaica. Most of it, you're not seeing it on the media. I don't think the media is broadcasting it. But like this, I had a video earlier where there was riots in one area, not riots, but like there were road blockage, where the people coming out and blocking the roads and burning stuff in the middle of the road because they never had water in the area. And I am looking to see and hear more of these stories as the time progresses, because the food prices are going to go up based on the fact that it's the food area that was destroyed. You understand me? So normally, you know, like the price of fruit and veg gone up. Understand? You're buying a pound of a spring onion for close to, you know, equivalent to $10 US, and that was unheard of. Normally you get it way cheaper, but that's just one aspect of it. You understand? Yeah, I think that that the Jamaicans, the brothers them within the truth in Jamaica, and even outside of the truth, gonna have to really get into that mode of where we're looking to self-sustain. You understand me? Growing our own food.
So what is the plan for self-sustaining? You have any ideas as far as the land you have there, or?
Yeah, so with the land that we have, we're looking to do a fish farming on it as well, growing fish, and also doing regular cash crops that we can, you know, lettuce, tomatoes, pak choy, and all that. We have land that we're actually putting that into motion right now.
Okay, all praises.
And we're saying to the brethren them that if any land space that you have within your own yard, that you should do the same. Grow yams, grow potatoes, just grow food. You with me? And at some point in time, we will be able to trade amongst us, barter amongst ourselves for food. And that's where I see it going. And I see that they're gonna what I think they're gonna do, they're gonna bring in the genetically modified food that is laced with poison and then put that on the people then, because from what I'm understanding, the vaccine never did the job that they wanted it to do. A lot of people still standing, refuse the vaccine. So no, we're gonna have to give them the food. You with me? We're gonna have to put them in the food. So no, it's a real time, I believe, for Jamaica coming up in this 2020. You with me? There was a video I saw. I don't know if you saw it, Elder. I think I sent it over to you, where they had at the hospital, they had the medical waste at the hospital was out there for months upon months, piling up like infectious waste, and all you need is rats to spread that. You understand me? So it looked like there was for me, and I'm saying this with care, that I think that there is a direct attempt, okay, a direct assault attempt on the people of Jamaica, I believe.
And so speaking of that, a lot of these people, a lot of our brothers, they aren't going to be able to go back to their land.
No, not at all. We were passing a place on the road where we were watching the water levels rise. And in that area, the water level in that area it's covering the houses in that area. And we're watching it rise, coming up to the road. Watching it rise. Okay?
So what about the brother, the singer?
Yeah, Raj, yeah. He's looking to migrate.
Raj.
Yeah, Raj looking to leave the country altogether. You with me?
Okay, do we want to come over with us?
Yeah, that's where he wants to go. If you can get him, grab him, please.
Well, tell him to call me. We'll work it out.
All right, man, I will do. I'll be watching the broadcast, man. I'll let him reach out.
All right. We'll work it out. If you want to come here, we'll work it out. Right?
Yeah,
so I guess I'll see. Go ahead, I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying that just for the listeners, please forgive me, because it's very overwhelming. Like there's so much things I wanted to speak about as it relates to what's going on in Jamaica, but like me going there was a traumatic experience. To seeing it, I had to say, let me just brace off a bit and then go back.
Yeah.
Because it was traumatic. Just going down there and seeing it, man, it was traumatic. I promise it was traumatic. And I was in the storm, so I can only imagine what the brothers them who went through the storm experiencing, and seeing the devastation firsthand, who lived in that area where there was no water there was no electric. You understand me? We're driving past areas, and people literally outside on the road with placards asking for food and all these things. But I've never seen that before. So it's overwhelming, man, seeing it. And we have to really formulate a long-term plan, as to how we're going to deal with it and help as many people as we can in the times to come.
Yeah, the shame part about it is that all the food that the people have sent from the outside, it seems as if the government was withholding the food from the people.
Yes.
It's our people, man. It's our people.
The government take, not distributing the food to where it should go to the people. Like you had people telling us that they've been to like politicians, like the councilor's house have all this food and they weren't distributing. You with me? But this is something that they did before, like when they had the last major hurricane, they did that. And what I believe they're looking to do, yeah. And most I forgive me, man, if I'm wrong. I got this wrong. But what it appears that they want to do, they want the people them to come into a situation where they can collect your data, your biometric, and give you digital ID for you then to then collect any
So like they're doing the EBT to move to electronic system over here, testing using immigrants to do that. The storm is going to be utilized to do the same thing over in the Caribbean.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, man. I pray God I'm wrong, but that's what the
But based on the circumstances, do you see them denying it in order to eat?
No, they're not gonna no, they're not. Because people hungry, people out there hungry, and they need food, and they need these they need the necessities. So if this is the only way they're gonna get it, then they're gonna act with.
Okay. Well, when the opportunity comes, man, I'm gonna go over there and prophesy with you, but not before I see you here. You're gonna be here at Purim in Toronto, right?
Yes, sir. I'll be there.
All right. All right.
Listen,
So.
100% I'll be there.
All right. So we'll be in Toronto for Purim. And that's going to be a blessed time to bring the family together for the first time in a long time. Well, the second time, but in a long time for Canada for me. So I'm looking forward to seeing you there, Gocc.
Yeah, man. Likewise, all man, and the brothers in Toronto, man, they're excited as well for the strength, you know. So it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
It'll be good. Very good.
Well, I'm about to go to sleep. It's been a good night tonight. I may jump in for a few hours tomorrow since everybody's off. I may do so. If so, I'll let you know. You know,
ready, man.
because we probably got to do a few things to keep our people busy. Because they're not out, our people ain't gonna be doing nothing out there.
I tell you what, man. Like I tell you what. I was gonna do a broadcast as well, and then on the same little topic that we spoke about earlier. I was gonna do a little like 10 minutes on it to get me because I thought it ridiculous. But,
all right.
But yeah. But
yeah. I'm saying, but I may, because I know my brethren. Between I know we have Aria and we have brother Hazak who do a great job on GOCC Media. But I'm saying I wouldn't come on during the time they're on, but I'll probably do something like a little early or something if I'll let you know.
I'm gonna be here, ready to go.
All right. Okay.
Ready to
okay.
burn Israel.
You better not.
Israel.
You better watch out. You better not cry. You better watch out. I'm telling you why. Satan Claus is coming to town.
And I'm telling you, we are here we're here to Ghostbusters. Getting Ghostbusters right now.
I'm like, who the hell is this character who knows when you are sleeping and knows when you are awake? Who knows when you've been bad or good? I'm like, if that ain't God, who that? And I was always a sarcastic kid. Growing up, my father like, you better go to sleep. I'm like, why? Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, Santa Claus, if he catch you awake, he gonna throw black pepper in your eyes. I'm like, man, what type of guy is this coming to people's houses with black pepper? Boy, go to sleep if you want some toys. My father used to come up with some stuff. If you don't go to sleep, Santa gonna pull out. And I'm a little kid too, so I'm thinking, I'm looking at cartoons. I'm trying to see if there's a black pepper shaker in Santa's pocket. But man, let me tell you, boy, people gotta lie just to keep the lie going. But yeah, I'm so glad the Most High released us for this because let me tell you, we used to go broke coming up on Christmas. I remember my mother, boy, she would have a nervous breakdown if she couldn't give her children Christmas. Flat broke. And then a few days later, all the stuff she bought, toys and everything, broke. Anyway, I'm digressing. Right.
Yeah, man. Nice one. It's been a good broadcast.
It's been a good broadcast, yeah.
Yeah, man. Family, enough love to you out there, and you know, just stay safe. Just stay safe, man, and avoid foolishness. All right.
Blessings. And
Blessings,
I can't wait to see you for Purim, my brother. Shalom.
Yes, sir. Excellent. Shalom.
And Hebrew and Bible Academy, week 2, tracing the serpent seed. And guess what we're going into? That's right. They came from out of the ice. Speaking of the fallen gods in the beginning, they were here before Adam. Week 2 of your Hebrew and Bible Academy. You can still enroll if you're not in it right now. We'll give you week 1. It was off the chains. So you can pick up week 2 with tracing the serpent seed. We're going to go into Leviathan. We're going to go into Behemoth. And we're going to also, brothers and sisters, show you the prehistoric animals that came in. And keep in mind, it wasn't 100 million years ago. They were evil hybrids created between man and the fallen gods this coming Sunday. Go to historytimes.org. Thank you for sharing your time with us this evening. May the Most High be with you. Stay prayed up. Sin not. We will soon see Israel. Man, it's time for me to go to sleep. Shalom. Of Babylon, we found our brothers here. Whoa. From Australia, it's a call, the Mexicans. Gathering in Australia, it's a call, the Mexicans. That's who we be Judo, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Thank you, Elder Dell. Thank you, Elder Uriah. The Cubans, from Puerto Rico, Nepali, from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominican, our highest